Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. We're coming at you with an NFL Sunday Night Football live stream here on the channel. Hopefully, you guys are excited. I know I'm excited myself for what is going to be a great matchup here between the 9-7 Los Angeles Chargers and the 9-7 Las Vegas Raiders. These two teams have so much to play for in this matchup because both teams are fighting for a playoff spot. The winner of this game will make it to the NFL playoffs, and the other team will turn its attention to the NFL draft. That is just the nature of things here. Let me welcome my co-creator, Austin, host to the video. Austin, how you doing tonight?
Doing very good. I'm excited for this playoff matchup. This should be great entertainment. There are some people that want both teams to take a knee until the very end, but there will be no mercy tonight.
Definitely will not be any mercy from either of these teams. And then we're also going to have a special guest with us here today. He is a Chargers fan himself, Charged Up Sports podcast owner, Trayvon Chris Robertson. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, good. Love to have you in here, my guy. And this is an interesting matchup for sure, Austin. Let's go ahead here and look at Trayvon's keys to the game here in this matchup. Trayvon, you got keys to the game?
What's that?
You got keys to the game?
Do I got keys to the game?
Yeah, like what's your keys for the Chargers to win?
Oh, the key is pretty much going to be your defense having to step up. The defense has struggled a lot when it comes down to it, when it comes to stopping people. So I think that's what it's going to have to take. The defense is going to have to have an amazing day. And not even it doesn't have to be tremendous, but they have to make stops. They have to get off the field and give their offense a chance to have that big play ability that they're able to do. And for the Raiders, it's probably it's getting defense. It's stopping the explosive offense of the Chargers for sure. I think that they have to get to Herbert and they have to get to him early because we've seen when given time and he can digress the field, like he makes a lot of good reads.
Right. For me, I think one of the key things here that I'm going to be watching for is specifically how the Raiders deal with the Chargers wide receivers. I know Casey Hayward was questionable coming in. I haven't seen the final on if he's playing or not in this one, but that'll be a key thing here for that matchup. Austin, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, so for me, it's really about limiting the deep ball, the big plays. Trayvon had alluded to it. If you're the Raiders defensively, you cannot let Mike Williams get behind you. He's phenomenal in contested catch situations, so it's really, really tough. You're not going to really have anybody burn you deep in that way, but Mike Williams is so good at going up and getting the ball. Makes it really tough and strenuous on a secondary. Keenan Allen is phenomenal in the short and intermediate routes, therefore just being very, very tough all game long.
Right. I think the wide receivers are the key thing to watch for. And then also, we got to welcome some viewers into the stream. Amber, thanks for hopping in. And then also, Micro Mike, what's up? How you doing? I got to see your live stream a little bit today. Awesome content. So if you guys are new, make sure to check him out as well. He's got some awesome content on the channel. And now let's go ahead here and talk to Trayvon about some of his bets. Trayvon, you got any bets tonight?
Any bets?
Yep.
If the Chargers win, I win $675.
Okay, how big was your bet?
Huh?
How big was your bet?
It was Jesus Christ. It was a $20 bet.
$20? Is that from a parlay?
Yes, for the Browns, Vikings, Chargers, Saints, Niners, and Lions.
Oh my gosh. And is your Raiders parlay alive yet or no?
I don't believe so. I believe that's the only one that's live right now. Because the Rams had to win for the Raiders one to be live, so
wow,
that one is done.
That's crazy. Trayvon's going to end up winning huge money. Jaguars know what to do against Indianapolis, Austin.
You know, they really do. They know how to get the job done when it's at home, I guess. That's the game that shocked everybody because Jacksonville put up more than 3 today. So something you got to hang your hat on if you're a Jacksonville fan that you didn't get blown out today. So I'm cautiously optimistic about Trevor Lawrence after today. Thankfully, we saw some bright spots for the first time all season, basically. It's been a rough go of things. People think Darrell Bevel has a shot at a coaching gig. I think that's the furthest thing from the truth. However, I think he'll probably get a coordinating gig somewhere at the college football level.
I think now is a good time for me to pull up some stats and complain a little about the
We should
quarterback.
have a general discourse on that. Yeah.
Yeah. So this year, Trevor Lawrence finished with a 59.6% completion percentage, 3,641 yards, 12 touchdowns, 17 interceptions. And Zach Wilson, 56% completion percentage, 2,247 yards, 8 touchdowns, 11 picks.
So significantly less picks. That's good to see.
And less touchdowns and about 1,600 less yards almost.
But 6 less picks, right? Or whatever it was.
Yeah.
You'd like to hide behind that, though.
I will.
Who had more rush yards again? I mean, he basically had more rush yards in one play against Jacksonville than Trevor Lawrence had the whole year. So,
as a Jets fan, I wish that play didn't happen.
Right. So for narrative purposes, this is going to be really good because we have all this captured on camera.
Yeah, that's true. We do have it all on camera. But Trayvon, okay, we'll have him be the mediator between Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence. Who would you rather have going into the rest of their career?
Trevor Lawrence.
Austin, based off of your big board, that would make it unanimous. 3-0. Okay, Trayvon, now would you rather have Justin Herbert or Trevor Lawrence?
Justin Herbert.
Okay, right. I'm out on that one yet because I just need to see another year of Trevor Lawrence.
This man.
Well, like, if we put Herbert on the Jaguars, what is he doing this year? Let's be honest with ourselves.
I mean, I don't know. Probably better than Trevor Lawrence.
Maybe. That's why I have to wait and see.
Nah, I don't think we have to wait and see. We've seen enough. It's 2 years. I think you kind of know where you are at this point.
Yeah, but we don't know what Lawrence is. It's only been 1 year with the Jags.
But that's my point. Is you know what you have with Herbert. Why would you say let me find out? That doesn't make any sense.
Because I think Lawrence is just he's that dude.
But you already know Herbert is a top 5 quarterback in the future, and you would rather take a chance on that on a non-guarantee with Trevor Lawrence. That doesn't make any sense.
That's the one thing.
That's like saying somebody says, "Yo, do you want $100 right now, or you got about you might get $100 later, which is like $100 now, or $100 later." Like
that sounds like a cryptocurrency conversation.
Well, let's talk about Robert Lamson's comment. Half of Trevor Lawrence's picks were because of the wideouts. You know, that sounds like hyperbole, but man, is it almost close to the truth. They were so bad this year. I mean, I want to say, from recalling from memory, there's at least 3 or 4 for sure that are complete and utter drops that turn into picks.
That's the one thing I do want to say real quick too. I would love to see his adjusted completion percentage when taking out drops and spikes and everything like that, just because I don't think that it's very realistic, to be honest, like based off of what he actually should be as a quarterback. I mean, when he's had time, there's a lot of times that he's delivered on target and the ball just doesn't get completed. So
right. And 100%. And, I was looking after last week, they came out with what team has the most drops, and it was Jacksonville. And I don't know if it was even close. And then they had more today. They had even more drops today, I think 3 or 4 that you put onto that. It's unbelievable. I'm curious. I'm going to look up the amount of drops the Jags receivers have had this year.
I'm sure it's a ton. I would be shocked if it isn't, honestly, just because, I mean, it's kind of embarrassing. Like, even Laviska Shenault himself, who came into the year, he didn't even have a problem with his hands last year. I mean, he had a pretty solid rookie season. And then this year, for some reason, just hasn't been that same guy, so I don't understand that. Robert Lamson here says, give Lawrence some weapons, watch what happens, Austin. I kind of want to ask you, What do you think? I know a lot of Jags fans want us to, or want you guys, the Jaguars, to draft wide receivers in the draft. When should the Jaguars start looking at wideouts through the NFL draft, assuming they don't bring in a big one like Godwin or Devontae during free agency?
Yeah, absolutely. The tough thing is the free agent periods is probably where they would have to do it, because when you look at the draft, they're not going to take somebody with that first overall pick unless they decide to package it up, trade back. So you kind of look at it from that scope. Not in the first round, top of the second round with pick 33 could be an option, but how I look at how the draft's going to fall, all of your top receivers are likely gone at that point. That back half of that first round is going to be really, I guess, monopolized by the playoff teams picking receivers. So then you're kind of left with guys like maybe Jahan Dotson's available, maybe Traylon Burks is available. So I think that you're kind of in the position where you'd have to draft a wide receiver maybe in that third round at that point. Push it in the second round, you can, but Robert Lamson makes another great point. Get Allen Robinson or Mike Williams. I think you buy an Allen Robinson right now. This is the perfect time, coming off of an awful year, awful, and worst timed year that A-Rob could have had. And let's talk about the franchise tag. I think we should go around and say whether or not we believe in it. Trayvon, I don't know if he's there, but
I don't think he's back yet.
Yeah, all right, Sean, I'm gonna start with you on this one. Do you think the franchise tag should be in place?
You know how I feel. We've talked a lot off camera about the NFLPA, and I quite frankly think it's one of the worst unions in the entire world in terms of really fighting for its players. The franchise tag is basically anti-capitalist in a lot of ways,
Right.
and I think it's really brutal, honest. The fact that an organization can just say, actually, you aren't allowed to have any decision making in where you work. That doesn't make any sense at all. Like, imagine if you're working for a restaurant company. Say you're a manager at some mid-level company, and they say, no, we actually are deciding that we're going to pay you the same wage as the top 5 managers in the area, and you don't get to choose whether you work here or not anymore. That's just ridiculous. So I don't think that is a good thing for football at all. I think it's really honestly bad, because you see a guy like Allen Robinson this past offseason probably would have signed a 5-year, $90 million-ish contract or so. Maybe a little bit less than, probably 5 years, or maybe 5 years, 80 or so. Would have gotten paid.
I think 5-year 90 with where he was at and the year he had just come off of. I think that's very fair to say he would have got 5-year 90 with the current market.
Right. Well, and based off what Golladay got, yeah.
Right, because he's right in that territory. So it sucks for him. I don't understand why that's in place. I get they're trying to protect these teams that, keeping their players, but at the same time, I don't love that. I don't necessarily love that 5th-year option either on these first rounders, getting that extra year. So that's another discussion for another time. But I'm right there with you. Very anti-capitalist in that regard. These players need to be able to go long-term, because if you franchise tag a player enough, look, if Kirk Cousins would have had a really, really brutal year, then all of a sudden his contracts would have stopped. He wouldn't have been able to cash in. Luckily he did. Luckily he played long enough where Washington just decided that they weren't going to franchise tag him one more time, and he ended up cashing out. But not a lot of players are fortunate like that to continue to play at that level year in, year out.
That's my one issue too with the NFLPA, in terms of what the actual revenue split is. Think about the NBA. The NBA makes significantly less money than the NFL, and they both follow a similar revenue sharing, in terms of the way the CBA is set up and everything. And the NBA has a salary cap of over $100 million for 15 players across 30 teams, and the NFL, which makes significantly, I'm talking 4 times the amount of money, ends up having a salary cap of under $200 million, so within about $80-ish million of the NBA salary cap, for 53 players. that is like kind of ridiculous because you're looking at, the owners there make so much more money. I just think the NFLPA is a terrible union. I don't think they really do anything right in terms of, the franchise tag, the fact that rookies come in, and usually rookies are actually pretty good players, especially first round guys, and they don't make actually that much money.
A lot of them are impact guys.
Right.
Definitely, 100%.
And like a lot of them, I mean, if you're not a top 10 pick, you're not getting paid very good.
Right, and here's the deal. You have to look at it from the scope of, outside of the top picks, they're not getting paid as much as they used to. They had made that adjustment after some disastrous contracts like Jamarcus Russell. The Sam Bradford one was looked at the same way at the time. And it's really unfortunate for these guys because they are severely paid under market value for the 5 years if you're a good player.
Right, and it's just not acceptable.
Especially at that quarterback position.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's like
right. And the other thing that needs to be talked about is the guaranteed deals and the extent that they will not guarantee basically any contract. And if it is guaranteed, it's looked at as a huge negative in a lot of people's eyes. Huge negative.
That's the thing. Even like look at what the Broncos did with, I believe it was Juwan James, right, Austin? When he had his Achilles injury. I mean, they just basically didn't have to pay him the money that they agreed to pay him.
Yep, no, that's true.
Like, I get he's not playing, but it just doesn't seem right to me. Kyle here, welcome to the stream, Kyle. Welcome everyone in here. Leave a like on the stream. He says, why do I have a bad feeling that my Chargers are about to get blown out? Trayvon, do you feel that way as well?
No, I don't really feel that way. I mean, I'm nervous, obviously, but I don't think they're going to get blown out.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get blown out either, honestly. I think this is going to be a good competitive game. Honestly, like, if we're looking at the rosters on paper, I do think the Chargers are better. But I think the fact that the Raiders are in Vegas gives them a slight advantage here. What's your thoughts, Austin?
Yeah, I think the Chargers are going to win this one. I'd say it's going to be probably a 3-point game. But I do think the Chargers are going to win. They're more talented. They have a better head coach. They got the better quarterback in this situation, which those are huge factors heading into the game. But oddly, the Raiders just have a certain swag to them. It's a weird thing that you can't describe.
Based on, let's just talk a little bit more generic football here. I've got the AFC playoff picture going on along the bottom here, and I guess this is a good intro for kind of the importance of this game for those that don't know. So obviously the Titans today locked up the AFC conference bye as the number 1 seed. The Chiefs are the number 2, and then I believe the Bills are at 3, the Bengals at 4. 5 is the Patriots, and then the 6th seed is the one that's up in question right now because it's the winner of today of Chargers versus Vegas, and then the Steelers are 7, assuming there's not a tie. We talked a little bit about should the teams tie. Trayvon, do you think that the team should actually try and tie in this matchup, or what's your thoughts on that?
I would if I was part of one of the teams.
What's your reasoning on that?
Because everybody gets healthy. I mean, you don't have to worry about an injury. Everybody wins regardless. You go in, be able to prepare for the next game. So Trayvon's in favor of the tie strategy just because he thinks then that way both teams get in, you don't risk injuries. However, I think me and Austin are in different camps there with that. I think that tie strategy is kind of anti-competitive, and I think that's not a good product for the fans, especially if it's kneeling down. I mean, that would be really bad to watch all game long. Austin, what's your thoughts on the whole kneel down tie strategy?
Yeah, I'm out on it. I am anti-competitive. It stands against the whole division rival and true competition amongst men. I think there's a certain respect for the game that you want to follow, and that definitely isn't it. So, for me, I don't think either team will be able to do the whole tie strategy. I think there's a trust factor too that you might not have with the other team. All of a sudden, if they try to score at the very end of it, and then all of a sudden you're left with no time left. It's too risky if you're agreeing to it, and then all of a sudden they send out their offense with a minute left. They're trying to score a touchdown or kick a field goal just to win, which that would be funny in a way, and would be one of the biggest sports moments in history that lives on forever if that's the case. But It's not going to happen. I think they're definitely going to be going all out here.
Yeah, I think that would be
So do we want to
pretty.
put up the game script here? They are about to kick off.
Yeah, let me
so
get it going here.
I think it'd be good for our viewers to see what's going on. Tyron Johnson, waived. Jacksonville Jaguars returning. Former Charger. Trey, final score prediction, go.
I don't know.
Okay.
Whoever wins by 7.
Chargers at Raiders, play-by-play. Austin, if you want to break down what's going on a little bit, or kind of what your score prediction is at least.
Yeah, I think this is going to be like a 31-28 Chargers win. Raiders should keep it close. Their offensive line scares me. I mean, Alex Leatherwood has been absolutely atrocious for them this year, one of the worst offensive linemen in the league. I've watched a lot of him individually, and he's just been overmanned this year. Doesn't really know what he's doing.
Does that surprise us here with kind of what we thought about them when they drafted him in the pick 17 range?
Yeah, and that was a guy that should have been second or third round pick, and they took him so high at 17.
They kind of saved it by getting Merrick in the second round a little bit, but still overall not a good move by them, I think. And I think that's kind of showing itself this year a little bit. They overhauled their offensive line, and I think there's a lot of credit due to, well, first of all, Casey Hayward, but also
Yeah, I gotta answer your guys' question because I'm focused on the game, G.
Yeah, he's just focused on what's going on. He's a big Chargers fan, so he's trying to get his stuff going. Make sure you comment your favorite team in the stream. We'd love to hear what you guys, who you cheer for and everything. But like I was saying, I think there's a lot of credit due to Derek Carr and even Josh Jacobs on this year. And just basically the guys who've been still suiting up for the Raiders, because this season has been probably one of the most crazy seasons in terms of who's actually, what they've had to overcome, I think, because you look at the Gruden situation, you look at the Henry Ruggs situation, the Damon Arnett situation, and they're in a tough division on top of all that. So I think if they get into the playoffs, it's a little bit of justice, just considering who they are and what they've had to go through this year. Derek Carr deserves a lot of credit for some of his leadership, I think. What's your thoughts on that, Austin?
Yeah, to kind of interject with that, we have Marcus Mariota entering the game to take a snap. That kind of leads right into the point I was going to ask on. Where do we think Derek Carr will be playing football next year?
Ooh, coming with a banger early, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, is he a lifetime Raider? I mean, he wants to be. I mean, I think they should strongly consider, keeping him long term. I think he's a great leader, a good enough quarterback to win a Super Bowl with. Good enough, but they're in a weird position. They're in a weird position here.
And we got some news here. It looks like there might be a fumble on the field. Let's see what we got coming.
Yep. So we will. I have not got to that point in the game.
Yeah, I don't see it quite yet. Trayvon is just a couple seconds above us. But wow. Okay. Yeah, like you're saying, Austin, I would be surprised if Derek Carr ends up being a lifelong Raider.
Yeah.
Certain things just have their own times to it. Oh my goodness.
That was quite the play there. Foster Moreau, huge play. Huge.
Did that go out on the 1? Foster Moreau, a huge.
I don't know. It looks like it went out onto the 1 from my angle.
That's what I thought. But the ESPN saying ball out at the 7.
That's at the 1. But I mean, huge break for the Raiders.
That ball.
Huge break that didn't go into the end zone.
If it would have gone into the end zone, that would have been heartbreaking for the Raiders. Holy cow! Who forced that out, Trey?
That was Nas.
Oh yeah, Nasir. Okay. Adderley forced it.
Big play by
Derek
Adderley.
Carr looking for Hunter Renfrow.
Looks like we got
PI
a
on
flag
that.
on the field for that. But yeah, this is a great matchup though. I mean, two division rivals duking out for a playoff spot. I definitely it's good to see that they're not kneeling it out. I didn't think they would, but this had to be done. These teams
That would have
got
been
it.
brutal to watch if they
Right, I
did.
mean, we just would have had to stop watching. Period. I mean,
Yeah.
it's really no doubt about it. That would have been the quickest game in NFL history, though. Most
Could you
certainly.
imagine how fast that would play out? What what do you think like Chris Collinsworth and Al Michaels would do in that situation with their knees?
I don't know. I don't know. We've never gotten to that point, thankfully. But yeah, I don't know what they would do, and I'm sure sponsorship and ads, like they just wouldn't have let that. They probably would have fined both teams
I'm sure.
significantly.
Do you think lots of draft picks even maybe?
Yeah, possibly. And if I'm the league, I almost do that. Like if I'm sitting as a commissioner,
Yeah.
I just think, with what these sponsors have to pay for the TV slots.
Well, it's ridiculous amounts, you know.
Right, and think about you lose the entire viewership during a 3-hour stretch of potential ads. Yeah.
We'll see if the Chargers here looking to make a stop, push Josh Jacobs back about 3 yards or so on a carry out of the gun.
Who would have
Oh,
thought
man.
that the Raiders at this point in the season would be 9-7 and right in the playoff hunt? I mean, with all things considered.
Like before the season, if we wrote out a total script and you knew everything that was going on,
Asante, let's fucking go.
Asante Samuel making big plays here, sounds like, for the Chargers. I mean, it is just surprising in general for Vegas, given what's gone on for them. When you look at like the stuff, like I was saying, if you wrote out a script of, hey, your head coach is gonna, basically lose his job because of some racist remarks, then one of your former first-round picks and one of your top wide receivers ends up going to jail. Your other top wide receiver, or your other former first-round pick in Damon Arnett ends up getting released. Wow, huge stop there by the Chargers. It's a huge play. Is that Michael Davis there?
That was Asante.
Oh, that was Asante?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Hunter Renfrow. Interesting.
Kind of a ball
Well,
player.
with the Chargers here taking a 3-0 lead over the Raiders, Austin, I think that was a good time to talk a little bit about just some other football stuff because we're about to head to commercial. So, let's talk about some wide receivers right now because I think today is a pretty good day to talk about that because there's some records getting set. Jamar Jefferson, or I do this all the time now. Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase ended up breaking the Bengals receiving record as a rookie, which is pretty impressive, past Ocho Cinco. What's your thoughts on Jamar Chase after his rookie year? I know a lot of people were thinking that we were dumb when we were mocking them, Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell.
Yeah, it's a great day. I hold my head up high for that one because people were not happy with me in saying that he was a much more impactful guy when we were going through that draft process. He is just such a tremendous talent and really changed the complexion of that team. A lot of their roster construction and makeup was pretty similar, right? I mean, they lose Lawson to the Jets, they regain Hendrickson, so the production, you got an uptick there, which was really good that they were able to replace that. And then you look at the receiver position. I mean, all the skill guys were basically the same, and they add Chase into that, and all of a sudden they are an uber competitive, dynamic offense just because of what he can do at every single level of the field. And it really it made Tyler Boyd take a little bit of a backseat approach in terms of priority of targets. However, still had a really productive year. We saw T. Higgins have his best year of his career as well. He really ascended. And CJ Uzama had a breakout year, which nobody was expecting. Definitely was above the production that we thought he would be. So, I mean, that was phenomenal for them. I'm excited to watch them in the postseason. I think they're dangerous. I think that corner room, it scares me a little bit with too much Eli Apple for me, more than I'd like. But nevertheless, we saw what they did against the Chiefs. I mean, they were super in that game. The Chiefs were going all out to win as well, and the Bengals narrowly pulled it out just because of how dynamic that offense is. I think they don't get enough credit and respect personally.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you add in a guy like Jamar Chase who can take the top off the defense, I think the one really noticeable thing is how much easier the short to intermediate stuff became for them, including the run game. Just because when you're facing them now, you have to respect Jamar Chase's speed over the top a little bit more, and not only his speed but his route running abilities to beat a guy in a double move and get over the top. And I think that is really kind of the reasoning that we're talking about, like T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd, even though they're not the number 1 and 2 option anymore, not really having a downtick in production as much because the offense is just moving more. There's more room, there's more space across the middle. And then Joe Mixon, I mean, a lot of people, he deserves a lot of credit because before the year, I mean, you couldn't even scroll on TikTok without, a fantasy guru telling us how bad he was.
Right.
And
Yeah,
how
that's the funny thing too. Yeah. He was probably getting the most hate of everybody in the offseason of how he's just not productive enough, can't stay on the field, and he had a great healthy season.
He did. Let's actually pull up his numbers here for the end of the year because I haven't looked at them now for a couple weeks.
The Rams got faced him. Just remember I said that.
On the returner? Yes, wow. Oh my goodness, Austin. So
I can't hear you guys. 1 second.
So Mixon this year, Austin, had 292 carries, 1,200 yards, 13 touchdowns, which was a career high by 5. And then also had his second best receiving season in terms of catches with 42, his best receiving season in terms of yards, and then also had 3 touchdowns with those 314 yards. So he had a really great season at the running back spot.
Right, yeah, 100%, which is great to see. He needed that for himself. The Bengals gave him that contract extension. A lot of people didn't think it was warranted. I was skeptical of it myself, but I mean, it's proven very worthy to this point.
Yeah, he got a pretty good payday when they signed him. Here, Robert Lamison saying Mike Hilton helped that secondary. He definitely did. Hilton's been a nice improvement, and he wants to know, Austin, if you think they re-signed Jesse Bates.
Yeah. Mike Hilton's actually been one of the premier corners. I'm going to say that carefully, but one of the best corners in the entire NFL this season. He's been phenomenal in coverage. Huge addition. Had a breakout campaign. And honestly, I think that's a big reason why they've been steady on defense as well, because they haven't had that consistent corner play. Trey Waynes was basically out all season again. Jesse Bates, I think they're going to re-sign him. He's an important player to that defense. He's a chess piece. Really, really good in coverage and against the run. So, ultra important player. They're going to sign him to big money. They have the money to do so, and they can kind of get creative with the cap.
The name Jesse Bates, Austin, reminds me of it doesn't really necessarily remind me of anything, but it makes me think of your draft analysis and just kind of some of the stuff that you're ahead of on. Because like I just remember some of our conversations about like before Jesse Bates got some of the national recognition that he's gotten a little bit more this year. And there's quite a few other guys. I mean, like I think you were ahead on Kevin Byard. I think you were I just think there's a ton of guys generically that you're usually ahead on, and it's kind of fun for me. You can hear us now, Trey?
Correct.
Okay, sweet. So just a lot of props to you on that, just in general, Austin, because I think there is quite a bit that I feel like I learned from you in terms of what's kind of going on in the NFL draft and everything, and that's kind of a good segue.
Not pick 'em. I mean, I'm going to have to start taking notes from you with your recent stretch that you've had.
I mean, I understand that if you'd want to be 7 games worse, you could start copying me.
What was that? It kind of cut out there a little bit.
Saying if you wanted to be 7 games worse, you could start copying me. Oh, man. It's been a tough season for me in Pick'em. I'm hoping postseason can rear its ugly head around and maybe throw you a wrench or two, but I'm guessing it won't, unfortunately. So I'll have to go perfect to try and keep up. But
go perfect.
I do want to segue quick too to tell everyone that is watching this at this point to leave a like on the stream. Also subscribe if you are new. And check out some of our other content after we're done streaming today too. Raiders up 3-0 so far. 9 minutes left in the first quarter. And it's an eventful one so far. The Raiders get the ball back after the Chargers go 3-and-out, and Hunter Renfrow and the Raiders are about to take the field again here. Austin, are you starting to feel nervous about the Chargers a little bit this early?
Oh no, not at all. I mean, they just have so much offensive explosion where I'm pretty confident they can come back, and even if they're down by, let's say, 17 near the halftime mark, I believe in this team. I think they're well coached, and their offense is just, it's too hard to contain all four quarters. A lot of times they find their breakout quarter, and that's why I like this team so much. I've picked them consistently and pick them. I think they're so good. I think they actually underperformed in the regular season, unfortunately. But I think if they get in the postseason, that's not a team that you want to play.
Like, and I agree with you there. I specifically think the one that stands out is their loss to the Texans. Trayvon, I know you feel pretty strongly about that one. Not only did they get beaten that one, I mean, that was a week coming off of, a close overtime loss to the Chiefs, and then you kind of just get blown out by the Texans. That was the surprise one for me this year. But I do think they are set up pretty well for the future, and I think Mike Williams is really the key guy to talk about for this offseason for them, because I think last year losing Melvin Ingram has, hurt them a little bit, but I think losing what Mike Williams has been for them this year, especially down the stretch of games, where Herbert's connected with him a ton on game-winning drives, and down the stretch of games in general. I mean, they've needed every little bit of production he's given them at certain points this year. Do you see a way that they keep him, Austin, and what's his price tag?
Yeah, I think you're looking $20 million a year. That's kind of the new wide receiver reset market for premium guys like Mike Williams, especially with how critical he is. Because we know teams like the Jets and Jags would pay up for a guy like Mike Williams just because, I mean, they have the cap space and they need big play guys, which neither of our teams have currently. There's other teams you can go down the line and say the same thing for. So you're kind of looking at that. You're looking at a 4-year deal in that. So you could be looking, that it's tough. I mean, it's really tough to come by receivers as talented as Mike Williams. A lot of progression we've seen throughout his career, and he really, really transcended. This year he had a really big breakout campaign with Justin Herbert. Trayvon, what do you think? Do you think they're gonna hold on to him this offseason?
I think it depends on how the wide receiver market is. Like, if there's some big names out there, I could see them going to try and get one of those big names.
Do you think they'd rather keep, obviously keep him around rather than try, let's say, for Chris Godwin? Let's just say in a vacuum you have Chris Godwin or Mike Williams. Who would you actually rather have, knowing what the fit is with the Chargers already?
Chris Godwin or Williams? I think I would go with Williams.
Okay.
Because he knows it, but I think if a guy like Davante Adams touches free agency, then you throw all the money at him in the world, and you get probably the best wide receiver core in the league.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, for me, if I'm the Chargers, I would prioritize Williams over Godwin myself, just because Godwin's coming off an injury now. And like Trayvon said, I mean, you already have that chemistry with Herbert a little bit, where you can rely on that moving forward. More than I think, Godwin coming in. I also think Godwin serves more of a similar role to what Keenan Allen already does for them a lot. Whereas Mike Williams gives them that more physical outside receiver. Can catch the ball over the top. So I'd prefer that. Like if Trayvon said, though, if you can get Davante Adams, you go get Davante Adams, which I think is now the question for me, Austin. Assuming Davante Adams doesn't go to a bottom feeder like the Jets or Jaguars, our two favorite teams, would you rather your Jags, or technically we could talk about my Jets too, but we'll focus on your Jaguars for now. Would you rather see them go with Mike Williams on like a 4-year 80, or would you rather see them go with Godwin on like a 4-year 72?
I think with what Jacksonville needs right now, it's really tough. Like, injury-wise, I'd go Williams because we know that he's healthy right now. But I think Godwin actually fits better with what they're trying to do. I mean, they already have a guy similar to Mike Williams in Marvin Jones, very much throw up in contested catch situations, good catch radius and that. But Chris Godwin is a better route runner, and short to intermediate is where, he's so effective. and that's exactly what they need, a high volume guy in that. Mike Williams isn't really that high volume guy that consistently will get open with his route running.
This just in, first offensive possession as well for the Golden State Warriors. Klay Thompson did score, so he's on the board. Very first possession, got a 2-point running layup, actually, which is a little awkward looking, but he put it in. So congratulations, Klay Thompson. Glad to see him back from injury. And now back to the Chargers here. I mean, Derek Carr missed on a deep throw to Zay Jones, unfortunately, but it does look like the Raiders were able to recover the fumble here. Devine Diablo actually is the one who gets on it after Andre Roberts fumbles. We were talking about Andre Roberts before the show.
We were, and shout out to Diablo, because he's been a guy that's been asked to basically change positions. He's a hybrid linebacker now. Was a safety at Virginia Tech, but he has been exactly what they need. I mean, there's been a lot of hybrid guys like Buchanan and Barron that just haven't worked out, but Divine Diablo is one of those guys that's looking like he can fit and work in the NFL. I mean, the thing is, he's truly big enough. He's got that 6'3" frame, and he's growing more and more into that body, putting on more muscle, making it more conducive for him to be able to do that.
That's a great point you make there, Austin, because I think 2 or 3 years ago, the NFL was at the point where it was revolutionized for speed. And you wanted as much speed on the field as possible. But now I think the Patriots are kind of the flag bearers for this about wanting physicality. I mean, they consistently have thumpers at linebacker. And I think a guy like Diablo, where I think both of our biggest concerns about him coming into the draft were, is he fast enough to play safety? You know, his transition to linebacker makes sense. The Jets have a similar guy in Jamie Sherwood, who is a little bit bigger at the safety spot. He transitioned into linebacker. Do you think that's going to become a trend for some of these less athletic safeties?
Yep, I think it will be. You know, a lot of teams have been trying to get creative with that. You know, it's just finding the right guy. I think it got to the point where it's just they were putting too small of guys at that spot from that safety position just because they were slower, but you got to have the size to go with it. The NFL, and specifically the Patriots and what they've been able to do, they've been shifting away from just the whole, you know, everybody's small. Everybody's small. We're trying to get guys to match up with these new hybrid tight ends. And they went almost completely opposite, just pound the rock and make some of these smaller teams pay for it, which, you know, revolutionary for them because they were going against the grain to back to a time when it seemed archaic almost.
That is definitely a good point there. I think the run game itself is really kind of the biggest driving factor on why we're seeing maybe a little bit of a transition back, because not as much this year with the injuries, but the Ravens, I mean, the way they pound the football, and then the Titans you look at with Derrick Henry, I think that really became some of the exploiting factors for smaller linebackers, where you see them getting really, really phased out of the run game. And I feel in our draft analysis, like, obviously the terms 2-down and 3-down linebacker is pretty common. When you're talking about a 2-down linebacker, you're talking about someone who doesn't, you know, cover very well on 3rd and 6s or 3rd and 7s. And 2-down linebackers are guys who are really good in the run game, but you probably don't want on the field for a 3rd and long. But I think that's kind of unfair as well, because there are certain pass coverage linebackers who you could consider them not 3rd-down linebackers for the situations when it's 3rd and 2.
Right.
Right. And what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I think people fail to look at the other way of the guys that can't defend the run. Sure, they're athletic enough. Sure, they can cover, but they're not effective on the running down. So I don't know why that's not as much of a talking point, but people love to bring up when you can't play in pass coverage.
Right. Like that's the thing, you know, and obviously, you feel about pass cover linebackers. I'm all in on them. Wow, we got a score here now. Hunter Renfrow gets in on a 12-yard reception. Austin, Hunter Renfrow's been great this season. Of course, he has amassed 1,000 yards. He's got about 90 catches, I believe, coming in. What's your thoughts on Hunter Renfrow, kind of his transformation as a wide receiver?
It's unreal, isn't it? A guy that was an afterthought during the draft, didn't have the size, didn't have the speed, didn't have, you know, everything that you're really craving He was always a good route runner, but he had just really stepped it up to a point where, he's a technician with it. Very, very good against the as a route runner, despite not being super athletic. A lot of people will compare him to the progression of Adam Thielen, which is I think is truly fair, just because they didn't have that top tier athleticism or size. So Hunter Renfro's really reinvented himself as a phenomenal route runner.
Like I think route running is one of those things. People fall in love with the actual traits of
Yeah.
players. I think this happens pretty much at every position, but I think wide receiver is the one that I want to highlight here with the route running capabilities. When you look at somebody who can actually create separation using their footwork and deceptiveness, in turning direction and changing direction on a dime, even if they're not the fastest player, I think that's what we see with Hunter Renfrow the best. And there's a lot of other receivers around the league, too, that have found a lot of praise that way. Keenan Allen, similarly, really great change of direction abilities, route running, really good deception. Devontae Adams is great off the line of scrimmage. I think that's what makes him arguably the best wide receiver in football. Who are a few others, Austin, that you think could fit into there?
Yeah, I think Calvin Ridley was right in there. His route running is absolutely phenomenal. Justin Jefferson, another very, very good route runner, does not get enough credit for that. Stephon Diggs, he's a top tier route runner. Guy, once again, that does get some credit, thankfully, with some of his elite routes. Did we see Devontae Adams previously mentioned, very, very good as a route runner. Looks like Quandre Diggs suffered a broken fibula and dislocated ankle in today's game. So tough way to end the year for Seattle. Quandre Diggs quietly has had a nice season.
Not very often you see a 6-10 team resting guys in the final week of the season. As a Jets fan, I wish they did, so they didn't win against the Cardinals. But here we are. Quandre Diggs, of course, a little bit of a casualty in that.
Absolutely.
You brought up Calvin Ridley. I think this is a great time to talk about him.
Yeah,
he's interesting right now because, of course, he's got that mental health stuff going on. He's not been with the Falcons. What's the percentage you would give it of him being traded this offseason?
I give it 60.
60. Wow.
It's a big number. Big number, but I would almost go 70. I would say 70%. I think the Falcons are going to be pinched in a decision what they have to do. They're going to want they're going to want somebody to be playing for them next year. Arthur Smith, he's got a limited clock, so he's got to get going. I think there's going to be a push to actually move him. They're going to try early stages of the offseason to get him back, and they probably have been. But he has already vocalized that he wants a fresh start somewhere. So that opens the door. And once again, I'm trying to not throw Jacksonville in the face of everybody when it comes to transactions at receivers. He is my number one priority going into the offseason. For sure. I think that what he brings could really help out this offense and the development of Trevor Lawrence.
Literally, I swear to God, there was like there's 7 former Chargers on this defense.
Yeah, there's a lot. And let's talk about how good of a year Perriman had. Very good season. Very, very good season for the Raiders.
When we're looking at the Falcons here, Austin, with Calvin Ridley, of course, I think the big thing that stuck out with Kyle Pitts this year is I believe he caught 1 touchdown. Julio Jones was famous for that in his time at Atlanta. And with the reports that Arthur Smith wants to keep Matt Ryan there for 2022, that came out today. Do we have to ask ourselves, with the fact that there's been coordinator changes, coaching changes, and it's still kind of a lingering issue, is that a Matt Ryan issue? Because looking at the stats the last 3 seasons, they have a touchdown percentage. This year it was better at 52.94%. That is good for 26th in the NFL. That's better. Last 3 seasons, they scored a touchdown on 36% of their red zone drives.
Yeah. Yep.
That's horrendous.
It's a Matt Ryan issue. It is. I like Matt Ryan, but he is not good in the run zone. Not good. He's made a lot of poor decisions. Um, and that the luck there by the Chargers where that could have been a pick. Wow. Right place, right time should have been picked off. Austin Eckler conveniently was there.
Yeah, that's that is absolutely crazy, that play. Holy cow. So you said about 60 to 70% for Calvin Ridley. I'm kind of surprised by that, but again, I'm a little bit less engaged with the Falcons than you are. You and your Atlanta-based teams, I'd like to know. I'd like to know kind of what you think the value is for Calvin Ridley right now, Austin, with the fact that a team maybe doesn't really know what you're going to get if you're going to get him weekly, what you really have.
Let me prompt the prompt here.
Okay.
I'm here for this. I'm going to ask you this: if you are Jacksonville, you're Trent Baalke, okay? You're going to need to drop some IQ points in order to get to his level. But
let me throw them out. There they go. They're out the door.
So now let me ask you this: if you are Jacksonville and I'm Atlanta, and I call you and I said, okay, Calvin Ridley's ready to come back. We got the confirmation. He wants to play for you guys. And I ask for pick 33. Are you ready to take that, not knowing exactly what's going to happen with him mentally? If things go downhill right away in Jacksonville, is he going to come off the rails? What are your thoughts on that? Are you ready to give up pick 33 and risk it for that talent?
Pick 33 is an immediate no.
Okay, so let me prompt you this then. Let's go with the first pick in the third round and also a fifth round pick.
Yes.
Do you take that?
Yes.
If it's a 3 and a 4, do you take it?
No.
Okay. So that's kind of where that the risk reward. What if I say it's got to be 33, and that's it. That's it, and you have no other options in free agency. Everybody else had signed. There's no way of making your receivers better unless you try to draft one in that second round.
For me, if that's what you're telling me, I'm saying, okay, you keep Calvin Ridley. I mean,
right.
Like, I like Mechie. I like Jahan Dotson. I like, to be honest, if you had to give up pick 33 and pick 33, fourth and a fifth probably gets you up to what, like 20 or so? 20.
Right.
Like, if you get up there, you could probably end up with, I don't know, some of the other guys. You could get Treylon Burks. Like, and that's on a rookie contract compared to, whatever Ridley's on right now. Calvin Ridley's a great player, but with the question marks about, am I going to have him by week 13? Is he going to be engaged not only this next season, but for 3 years? I mean, he's a great player, but I'm just not willing to do that. I mean, pick 65, sign me up.
Right. All day. You have to do that.
Pick 33 is just a little too much for me, I think.
Can we talk about the game once again here? Chargers, once again, very fortunate, the illegal contact downfield. That could have been a disaster if they had to punt again. Could have been not good.
Justin Jackson here picks up one up the middle or so.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of resiliency from the Raiders this season. And the Chargers, they're trying to put up some points themselves here in the first quarter. We got about 30 seconds left here in the quarter or so. Actually here at end of quarter one, as you can see on our screen now. Interesting here. Trayvon, are you starting to sweat down 10 at the end of the first?
I'm still just watching, bro. We're going to see, bro.
Austin, if you're the Chargers, would you be a little nervous?
Not really. I mean, they're moving the ball. They've been fortunate on already, a couple things on this drive that's kept it alive. But nevertheless, it happened. They're able to keep moving forward. I think they're going to score on this drive just with how it's been going. Raiders shot themselves in the foot with the illegal contact there when it would have been a fourth down. Man, I'm really interested to see, how these teams do in the postseason. You know, if the Chargers or Raiders make it, whether whoever it is, I think the Chargers would be better suited for the postseason run. I do, but the Raiders just have this weird, like I had mentioned at the top of the show, weird vibe to them. In a good way. Derek Carr he plays with so much passion and swag, and it doesn't really matter. I can't really. I don't know. I don't get it. This Raider team shouldn't be here. They should not be 9-7 and almost had the postseason berth.
The Raiders have that classic. We're gonna lose every single game we should win, and be competitive and win some of the games we should get destroyed in.
Right. And they've constantly done it to the Chiefs, where they just win these random games during the regular season against them.
All right, Austin, I've got an idea here. We're gonna go rapid fire here on some NFL free agents this offseason. Just give me the team that you think they're gonna land on, okay? What team will they be sticking with? Okay, so first one here, Von Miller.
Rams.
Okay, Trey says Rams. What do you think, Austin?
Sorry, it cut out your part of the stream. You have to repeat that real quick.
Okay, so we're going to do some rapid fire with 2022 NFL free agents. So tell me what team you think they're going to end up on. Trayvon here said Rams for Von Miller. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that is going to be a re-sign. I do think I agree with them on that one.
Okay, Brandon Scherf.
Brandon Scherf is interesting.
Washington.
I think he's going to be a New York Jet.
Okay, Austin says New York Jet. Trayvon, you said Washington?
Correct.
Okay. Next one here, we've got Allen Robinson.
Allen Robinson's going to be a Jaguar.
Allen Robinson. A Jet.
Okay, so we got a little bit of variation here. New York Jets and Jacksonville Jaguars will return to Jacksonville, Duval County. I could see that. Next one here, Chandler Jones.
Oh, Chandler Jones. I have this weird feeling that he might go back to New England.
Who is it?
Chandler Jones.
Pittsburgh.
That's an interesting one. I kind of like that a little bit. Austin, please don't scare me with that New England return. Okay.
Oddly, these guys like Jamie Collins and Chandler Jones, they just come back. I don't know what it is. You know, after they get their big deal signed somewhere else, they always seem to, creep back into it.
Robert Lamison says Patriots as well. I am terrified for Zach Wilson if he has to have Matthew Judon coming off of one edge and then also Chandler Jones off the other. Please do not sign me up for that. Next, we've got Chris Godwin.
Tampa Bay.
I'm going to go with the New York Jets.
For that one, I would say Detroit.
Detroit makes some sense too. I just have a feeling the Jets are going to throw some money at him.
I would not be mad. Robert Lamison here agrees with you, Austin. He says Jets himself.
Yep.
My next one here, Nate Solder.
Nate Solder. Oh, God. He's going to... Hold on.
Is he a right tackle?
I would sign him as a right tackle, yeah.
He'll be a right tackle. I think a team that actually makes sense there is going to be Denver.
I say the Chargers.
For me, I actually think it's going to be the Steelers.
Oh, yeah, the Steelers need him.
Not a bad pick. They need a lot of offensive linemen.
Yeah, I think, how about Dante Fowler?
Dante Fowler. Oh, man, Dante Fowler. I'm going to go the Colts.
Colts, okay. Let's say you, Trayvon.
I'm gonna mock some pass rusher to Pittsburgh. So I'm gonna say Pittsburgh for a lot of these guys. I'm pretty sure Pittsburgh has a lot of money this free agency.
Yeah, I do think they have quite a bit. Robert Lamison says Colts. Also, Kyle says Colts. So, Austin, you got some agreement there on Indianapolis there for an edge. The next one here is Devontae Adams, the big dog
Chargers.
I That's a tough one. I don't know what's going to happen in Green Bay. I'm going to go with San Francisco.
Ooh, him and Devo? Holy cow.
Yep.
I'm going to say the Las Vegas Raiders. I think Derek Carr gets his number 1.
I would love to see that. Derek Carr back with his boy from Fresno State. I like that more than San Fran. I do.
How about Ben Roethlisberger?
Clown?
Is he? You think retirement, right?
Yep.
Okay. Tyrann Mathieu.
Chargers.
I'm gonna go with the Minnesota Vikings.
Ooh, the Vikings. For me with Tyrann,
I think he's definitely somebody to go within the division.
He would be. And who'd you say, Trey?
I said us.
Oh, yep. I say the Vikings because him and Patrick Peterson in that secondary.
Oh, so do you think Pat Pete's going to be back?
I think he is.
Okay. That would be fun. I couldn't lie. That would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, like them back in the same secondary together. Like,
how much would Tyrann Mathieu offer for the number 7 jersey?
I ain't going there. Wear the purple and gold again, number 7. All these LSU boys in that weren't 7 and 18.
Yeah. All right, awesome. We got 2 fun ones here for you back to back.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Cam Robinson and Andrew Norwell.
Cam Robinson, he's going to end up being a Pittsburgh Steeler, and he's going to be a huge success story. It's just what's going to happen.
Is he going to be a guard or tackle?
They're gonna try him in both because tackle won't work at first. He'll end up.
Yeah, what Norwell?
Andrew Norwell. I mean, this has the makings of him going in division and being a Texan.
I could see that on like a 1-year, $12 million deal.
Right. It's gonna be a 1-year 12, and they want to continue to raise the median of their roster, median age. Like, I don't know why they went so old this year. What was the purpose of not really having any youth? Like, I believe the oldest roster in the league.
Ooh, here's a good thought. Robert Lamison says the Panthers, they could use a little bit more offensive line help for sure. That's not a bad show.
They definitely need a tackle. I think Cam Robinson to the Panthers makes some sense.
How about Teron Armstead?
Re-sign in New Orleans. Oh, they don't have money. Never mind. I'm gonna go with the Falcons.
The Dolphins?
The Falcons.
Oh, the Falcons. I was thinking Dolphins, but the only thing is, like, Armstead obviously is a left tackle.
Let's go!
Huge 4th down pickup for the Chargers. Jalen Guyton gets the first.
Yeah, Chargers, lot going well on this drive. Lot going well. And
big first down there. Oh, we got a touchdown. Austin Eckler in for a tutty, 14 yards. There you can see on our game screen. Wow. Big inside zone carry handoff for Eckler.
Yeah, here comes that Chargers offense.
Austin, you called it. Points on that drive for the Chargers. 7-10 now is the score here after point after touchdown is good by Hopkins. Let's go on to the next free agent here, Austin. Stephon Gilmore.
Re-sign in Carolina.
Ooh, okay. Calais
Campbell re-sign in Baltimore. I don't think he's going anywhere. He loves it there.
JPP.
Tampa Bay. Or Pittsburgh.
Stay in Tampa or Pitt, okay.
Yeah, I think staying in Tampa probably makes some sense. I mean, they want to keep him, you'd think.
Akeem Hicks.
He's leaving Chicago. A team that could use. I'm gonna go Cincinnati.
Ooh.
DJ Reader
is he playing? Is he playing inside defensive lineman?
Yeah, more than nose tackle. Or defense.
Is he?
He's the.
I think it's more of like a 3 technique.
Uh-uh.
I'm gonna go with I'm gonna jump around here a little bit now, Austin. Just ask a couple. Ndamukong Suh.
He's going, and it's gonna be. I'm gonna go with. Oh man, that's a tough one. I think that I have a feeling the Cowboys are gonna use him on a rotation.
Who?
I could see that.
Ndamukong Suh.
Ndamukong Suh? I'd probably say he's probably going to stay in Tampa Bay.
Okay, he thinks stay. I think Vita
I just don't
Vea's
know if they got
contract's
enough
gonna
money.
push Ndamukong Suh out. Let's see here. Let's go to our next one. This one's an interesting one here for Jets fans. Almost 28 years old, Marcus May.
Marcus May. Who is gonna have the money to sign him? Yeah, that's I don't really know. Oh gosh, I'm gonna go on a limb and say that they figure out the money on this one, but I'm gonna go with the Kansas City Chiefs.
I was going to say Chiefs too.
Yeah. Where's Tyrann
Interesting.
Mathieu? Marcus May inserts with the Chiefs.
I actually really like that because of his injury. They might be able to save some money, especially
Right.
if they go signing bonus with him and pay him a little bit of cash up front. That's interesting. I actually really like that.
We're gonna monitor that one.
How about Marcus Williams?
Marcus Williams won't be back with the Saints. They don't have enough money. I'm gonna go Chicago splurges.
Okay. Interesting. Put him next to Eddie Jackson.
Yeah, that would be a nice safety tandem.
How about here? Let's do just a couple more. Will Fuller. I would have to guess Green Bay, right?
Yeah, that one's it's too obvious.
Next we've got Anthony Barr.
Anthony Barr's gone. I'm gonna go the New York Jets.
Okay. He tried once and then changed his mind.
Yep, I think they're gonna try to re-sign him there.
Trey, what do you think about Anthony Barr?
I agree with the Jets. He did decline the Jets, didn't he, one time? And then
Yeah,
he
was going there and then changed his mind during moratorium.
Who needs linebacker help? Honestly, maybe us.
I mean, that does fit a trend. I mean, the Chargers generally do look at some Vikings players. They did that with
That is very accurate.
How about Chris Harris?
Raiders.
I'm gonna go the Texans.
I'm gonna say Chiefs on Chris Harris.
Yeah, try to get that ring.
How about Jadeveon Clowney?
Re-sign with Browns.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not something I heard a report this week that he really loves it there, so that's the reason for it.
Interesting. I wonder if the Browns love him there.
All right, yeah, we'll see how much they love him because kind of commands a lot of money.
Interesting. Well, I think that's a pretty good look at least the beginning group of free agents here this year. Robert Lamison actually agrees with you again. He says, Browns, you guys are on the same Wi-Fi. Keep saying the same stuff. It's funny. Hopefully, Robert Lamison, hopefully you're enjoying that Justin Fields jersey as well. We're glad that you were able to get that in the jersey giveaway. So, again, congratulations on that. And now the Raiders trying to put together a drive. 2nd and 12 currently at Las Vegas is 26. Up to a 3rd and 5.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you see the play where it just got ran right into?
Yeah, what was that?
He wasn't even dragging it, bro. He was just
Robert Lavison says Jags fans think alike. I do.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
I got to ask Robert Lamison, how was it watching that game? I mean, if you got to see it, I had so much fun watching it. Like, we actually saw a little bit of promise with Trevor Lawrence finally, and Laviska Shenault, of course, drops a touchdown, which that was not fun to witness there. Um, I mean, Andre Sisco making plays
Kenneth
as
Murray's
well.
gotta go.
What's that, Trey?
So Kenneth Murray's gotta go. Like he really does. Like he's not good. Like he's gotta go, bro. You gotta
unfortunately, you guys
chalk
had
up
traded
an
up
L.
for him.
You just gotta fucking chalk up another fucking Anthony Lynn loss on him, bro. Like that ass. Like it's just
Yeah, that's one of those. Usually, you don't see a team trade back up into the first round for a linebacker, but that's what the Chargers did.
Yeah, because you're not worried about
Achena! Let's go! Let's go!
Here you go, Austin. You got a response from Lamison there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Josh Allen had a big day. Big day.
That's actually a great point he brings up there too about with the lead, because you actually get more pass rush opportunities.
That's true. That's something actually I didn't really account for, in terms of his numbers being down. It's just like, just the whole constantly playing from behind and them running the ball on you. And the thing is, Jacksonville's been so notorious this year for just being behind immediately by a lot quickly. Like they were never really in games for that long.
If you think about too, like kind of what, I mean, Josh Allen, like the Jaguars' transformation from what they were to what they are now is like so stark and crazy. So you think about like what Jacksonville's defense looked like.
I mean, that was one of the best defenses of all time.
Right.
Which is unbelievable with how bad they've been. Basically every year since, they've been atrocious. I mean, especially the year after they went to the title game, and then you had basically the same defense, and Boye wasn't the same. The whole Jalen Ramsey drama. Jalen Ramsey was just so good. It's really unfortunate that it had to end.
One of the stories that doesn't get talked about very much, and I think, Austin, I know you acknowledge this as one of the key things, Telvin Smith.
Telvin Smith, huge issue with him being gone. Made some bad life choices, unfortunately, and that's the guy that really was the glue to it all together and made it work. Because when you took him out of there, the linebacking core was not good.
Right. And I mean, it's kind of funny because we've seen that a little bit with Miles Jack just in general. I mean, it's clear he's better when he's next to an on-ball linebacker, someone who can, be his running mate. And I think that Telvin Smith not being around is kind of what led to the beginning of the end there for the Jaguars as we knew them back in 2018 or so,
Well, when they brought in Joe Schobert, all of a sudden Miles Jack had another breakout year, and then people are like, oh, okay, it's fine. But a few Chargers need to go, like Harris Jr., Michael Davis. So, Trayvon, this is a comment for you to address. Maybe what do you think of the idea that Chris Harris Jr., Michael Davis, and Kenneth Murray all need to go? What's your thoughts on that one from Kyle?
Michael Davis does not need to go. What's the right word? That's a casual take. Chris Harris, Chris Harris is sometimes a liability a lot of the time, to be honest. And Murray, like I said earlier, Murray's got to go. Chris Harris is Michael Davis has just been hurt a lot. They just gave him money, and he's a good cornerback.
So let me ask you this:
Is he good enough to be a number one? No. Like, you need another corner. Like, Michael Davis as a number 2 corner is solid.
So let me ask you this: would you straight up release Kenneth Murray?
I would try to trade him, obviously. I think you always try to trade.
Right, and the value there probably sits at, I don't know. It's hard to gauge off of
I would take whatever I could get for him personally.
If a team offered you a
seven.
7th, would you take it?
A 7th, if that's the most I'm gonna get,
5,
yeah. Why
8.
would I do that? I don't think you're gonna get a 7th for him. I think you could maybe grab like a 5th. Considering the fact that he was a first-round linebacker, and it's not like he was like a bad reach. Like he was slated to go in the first round.
Yeah, like based off of what Schobert got, I mean, just with Murray's youth, you would think that you could maybe get like a 5th or 6th, but I don't know. Like Schobert had a better season than what Murray's had so far. So
it's kind of like with Lynn Bowden. I mean, basically they hadn't even started the season, and his value already dropped an entire round without playing. One down.
That's so crazy. It's just like driving a new car off the lot.
I got to see what that trade ended up resulting in. Was it a round? I don't recall.
I'm pretty sure.
It might have been 2 rounds. I don't know. Bowden trade. Let's take a look, because that's actually relevant to this game anyway.
For me, the one thing I'm interested in this offseason, and a guy I didn't talk about for free agency that I think we definitely need to, especially the thing that made me think of it was talking about Michael Davis here and also Chris Harris Jr. I think back to the live stream's last free agency period when J.C. Jackson was hanging out there with just a second-round tender. No one gave him a contract. He's got 1 year. This is his final year there in New England. He's an unrestricted free agent this offseason. Austin, what's his number going to look like to get signed as an unrestricted, and then where's he landing?
Yeah, sorry, you're talking about J.C. Jackson. It cut out there. Mm-hmm. So what's his contract looking like?
Yeah, what's his number going to be this offseason, and then who's getting him?
He's going to become the highest paid corner. He's a turnover generating machine, and we've been talking about this now. I mean, he is such a talented
How was his
corner.
season this year?
I mean, he's got like 8 picks on the year.
Yeah, he's been.
No,
he does.
Not.
Yes, he does.
That's absurd.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's not like Trayvon Diggs. He actually covers guys.
Yeah. He's actually a real talent. I mean, a lot of credits to Bill Belichick there. What a development piece he's been.
So you think highest paid corner? I could see that just because you're going into an open market in free agency, someone's going to pay you. Now, I think the biggest question is where.
Right. Oh, gosh. I mean, what team? I mean, I'd look at the Jets as a team that would pay him that number. I mean, let's look at.
I would love. You know how I feel about him.
Right. I mean, he's a game changer defensively, and he can take away your number one and generate the turnovers without giving up the yardage. So that's where you got to be really excited if you're any team with cap space this offseason.
So, okay, this offseason, here's the teams with the most cap space. Miami Dolphins with $75 million before re-signs. Chargers with $72.5. Jags with $68.7. Jets with $61 million. Washington with $59. Bengals with $59. Colts with $57.
Wait,
Seahawks with $52.
How much does Pittsburgh have?
Pittsburgh is 10th with 44. And the Broncos are 9th with 47. So I don't know if that shifts your thoughts at all, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Pittsburgh splurging on him.
That would be interesting. Imagine their defense with a true number one corner.
They just haven't had that.
Pittsburgh. And the thing is, they're going to get Devin Bush back.
Right.
Oh my god.
It's kind of terrifying with the Chargers and all that money, what they could do here. I mean, obviously. So how many key guys to re-sign, Trey? How many do we got?
Trayvon.
What's that?
How many guys to re-sign? On your own team.
Who are we going to re-sign?
Yeah, what are the big players that are going to need to eat up that cap?
Well, I mean,
Mike Williams, for sure.
Who?
Mike Williams.
Yeah, it depends on the wide receiver market for me. I would say I'd say this year we're gonna give Derwin a big amount of money. So Derwin, I think we gotta re-sign Kaiser White. He's had a phenomenal year. He's the best linebacker we have, and it's literally not close.
He's in his contract year.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, he'll probably get close to 10, I'd imagine then.
Yeah, he's been our best linebacker. And then next to him, this is tough. I think we re-signed our guard that got hurt early in the year, Bushi, but he's not going to be a lot of money. He's going to be like a $1 million.
Right. So really, it's not actually a lot of key guys yet.
No, I think that we'll have a lot of money to play with come free agency personally.
And we had talked about this off camera, Trey, the need for a dire need for a tight end. I'd mentioned to you the idea of drafting one.
100%, yeah.
Yep, drafting one or signing one. Maybe signing one makes more sense just with how this draft is for tight ends.
Yep.
Like Jalen Weidermeyer would be one of the top tight ends. McBride, another guy from Colorado State that could make some sense in the draft, but I think it would have to come from free agency. And we talked about this too, not being able to re-sign Hunter Henry. He just hasn't been healthy, unfortunately.
And that's why we didn't pay him. Otherwise, we would have paid him.
And now looking back at hindsight, do you wish you would have re-signed him?
No.
With the amount of money that you have now?
No, not for what he was asking for.
So let's say, what's the top free agent tight end, Sheldon? Do you have that pulled up still or no?
Yeah, I got the free agent market for tight end pulled up. I'm just going to say it here quick. I think the Chargers are going to end up with one of the two Arizona tight ends, whether that's Ertz or Max Williams. They're both in their contract year. I think one of those two.
I would love Max Williams, personally.
It just, for me, depends on what they're looking for. If they're looking for a blanket tight end or if they're looking for a vertical threat. So, here, Austin, here's some of the other tight ends out there. So those two, Jimmy Graham, who bounces around, Gronkowski, who only plays for Tom, Uzama, Ebron, who's interesting. Maybe Ebron makes some sense.
Yeah, I'd be nervous to pay any of those tight ends really a long-term deal.
Right.
It's a bad tight end market. I mean, for what's going to be out there aside, I mean, the Arizona tight ends get me a little excited, but outside of that, I'm not too hyped what I'm hearing.
The one thing I think too, and I'm interested in what you think about this, based on like getting a little bit more help in the red zone for the Chargers, who they haven't been bad. They've actually been in the top 10 this year for red zone, but a guy who I think kind of fits what they need at tight end would maybe be Robert Tonyan.
Robert Tonyan, yeah. Yep.
But I don't like.
I would not want that. At that point, I think I'd rather Ebron because I feel like Ebron kind of almost does the same thing, and he's a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah, Ebron this year just hasn't been good. He only has 12 catches in 8 games.
He just hasn't been that guy.
He's been beat out by Pat, to be fair.
Right, which is like part of the concern for me.
Well, Pat's just better. Pat's a great tight end. Pat was.
Well, I think so too, but I mean, Ebron is very up and down in his career. Let's be honest.
100%. I'm not saying like you sign him to a mega deal. I just think that, like how you said before, there's not many options, and Jared Cook's got to fucking go. Excuse my language.
Well, yeah.
And like I said, like and their Project Parham got hurt this year. He was like the guy that's supposed to be next up. I mean, the man's what? Like I think the man's like 6'8", and that's just ridiculous. But yeah, I think that I mean a lot of people had us going after Hurts over the offseason, but like this past one, like in a trade, so I can see us re-signing him, to be honest. And I think that'd be probably the best solution to the problem right now. And honestly, it wouldn't be that bad.
Klay Thompson, by the way, had a poster dunk.
Oh.
So he's looking pretty good so far in his debut, just so we're keeping up to date with the Warriors a little bit. But back to this, the Chargers here. I know, Austin, you're high on Trey McBride. I saw a few more things on him about pancake blocks in the run game.
No. Good
He's
player.
impressive. Talk a little bit about him and why you think he's probably the number one tight end now.
Yeah, one of the most productive tight ends in the nation. It was thought to be Weidermeyer was going to be that guy heading into the year. He just hasn't been that productive, but I mean, Trey McBride has not been given much attention during this draft process, even though he was close to eclipsing 1,000 yards this year. I don't know if he ended up getting there. I'll take a look, but just a really really good player in terms of blocking and receiving. I like him. I think he could be a good fit for the Chargers. I don't know what they'd be willing to spend a draft pick on him. Very well could be a second, third round tight end.
Definitely would be interesting. I mean, based off where the Chargers are, I know Tom Telesco drafts very well, one of the best drafters in the NFL. I think all three of us would agree with that. When you look at his draft history, some of the guys he's been able to bring in, especially in round
think
one.
that in the front, I think you can only say that about the front, like half of the draft, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I probably, but I think that's the most important half.
Let's go!
Yeah, so Trey McBride, here's something interesting about him. He's not that red zone threat, and the problem is I checked his numbers to confirm that. He had 1 touchdown in the year despite having 86 catches and 1,000 yards.
That is pretty crazy. Heck, Kyle Pitts could drink a beer to that.
Yeah, no. Can we talk a little bit about Kyle Pitts quick? Glad you brought him up. The fact that he had 1,000 yards as a tight end, first guy since Mike Ditka as a rookie, and nobody even considered him at all in the Rookie of the Year discussion at all. Wasn't mentioned once.
That is pretty nuts.
I mean,
He did it very quietly.
He did it quietly. Part of the reason is Atlanta was the epitome of average this year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Kyle Pitts is just had a. Well, they were below average record-wise. I mean, they were just average. That's just what they were.
They were just
They won some games that they should. They lost some games that they should. They played about as average as you can get, I think.
They were just. That's what they were.
Shout out to Austin Eckler, by the way, his second score of the game. Chargers now up 14-10. Trayvon feeling comfortable?
No, never.
Yeah, I think this is the outburst we were waiting for. The Raiders have to answer, because if this gets out of hand, it's gonna be tough for the Raiders to climb up this hill.
Most definitely. The Raiders started with the ball, right?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so we'll see. Chargers get in the second half here, so the Raiders probably need to put some points up here at least, keep it a one-possession game in case the Chargers do score a touchdown start of the second half. Here, we missed a question from Robert Lamison, Austin. Robert Lamison says, hey, Austin, how do you think Dylan Moses will do next season?
Yes, Dylan Moses. He's the guy that a lot of people have forgotten about just because he's been hurt the entire season. I'm excited for him. Athletic linebacker coming off the big injury. I think you're able to replace Damian Wilson in that way. So it's essentially like finding some change in the couch cushion with him. Definitely, people forget that we even have him on the roster. So a player that should have been drafted in the second or third round and goes undrafted, that was crazy to me.
That's pretty good value there. And then let's talk a little bit more about just the Jaguars in general. Just because I know Robert Lamison, a huge Jags fan. Welcome everyone to the stream, by the way. Leave a like if you haven't already. It means a lot to us. If you could go ahead and smash that like button, subscribe if you're new. Austin, we talk a lot about the Jags and Jets, obviously, between our complaints, saying which one of our teams is worse. This year, you guys took the cake, even despite a win, locking up the first overall pick.
The head-to-head says
your
everything,
dream
by the way.
offseason? What's your dream offseason?
Dream offseason would have to be hiring Jim Caldwell or Doug Peterson, ideally. I think either one of those guys makes a lot of sense. So that's the big part of your foundation of your team is the head coach. Moving on from that, free agency.
Hey, I just want to say congrats on 5K.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you, thank you. So outside of that, looking at the receiver position, you have to address it. I think there was just so much inconsistency with Laviska Shenault this year that you have to look at that spot. Laviska needs to be used more like Debo Samuel, just with his dynamism with the ball in his hands. Him and Cordero Patterson very very similar. So that the receiver position's got to be addressed. Whether it's Chris Godwin, you take the risk on the injury. Whether it's Mike Williams, um, it's got to be one of those guys. Allen Robinson, even. I know he wasn't that same guy, but he could be a high volume target guy once again in Jax. So even if he signs a 1 year prove it, trying to get that big contract, I think you do that. You have to get a tight end, and then you run in the same position that the Chargers are in. Um, Trey McBride, Jalen Weidermeyer, those are your draft guys, and then we had just talked about some of the free agents that you could potentially pick up. I'm not excited about any of them really. Max Williams, Zach Ertz makes some sense. I think Zach Ertz could be a good buy opportunity here. Could have a nice 3 year stint with Jacksonville. And then you have to figure out what you're going to do at the right tackle spot. You feel comfortable with Walker Little at the left tackle. Right tackle, you have to figure that one out. So that's something I want to do. And, outside of that, just filling in the rest of the roster. Draft pick wise, you're going to get Hutchinson or Thibodeau or Stingley. If you think about this, if they draft Stingley just randomly at the first pick, I mean, they could be dangerous. You got Shaq Griffin in that secondary, Tyson Campbell, and Derek Stingley. I feel good about that grouping.
Right, that is a pretty good collection of corners.
Right.
For me, my guess is you guys are going to take Thibodeau.
You would think so. I don't think there's really a chance that they take a corner, but you have to look at what's available to you, and Thibodeau's upside is incredible. Hutchinson is already so polished as it is. So I think Jacksonville needs to take another edge. Him and that guy, whoever they take, and Josh Allen, that's scary.
Yeah,
That's really scary.
I think. I think you guys need to definitely improve in your interior defensive line a little bit more. I know you guys tried to make some moves there, and Jahad Ward was better this year. Like for you guys, the fact that you got him, and I was high on the Roy Robertson Harris signing, but I just don't think it really fleshed out the way I was hoping for it.
Can we talk about the worst signing of the offseason real quick, as long as we're right in that discussion of who we signed? Rayshon Jenkins is a guy that they severely overpaid for. You didn't have the production or the upside, and I don't care what his statistics look like. I am not a fan. I am not ready. I'm happy we have Cisco. I think he's got some long-term starter potential. But man, I was not impressed with how Rayshon played this year.
I can't really blame you for that. I I was a believer in that move. I'm a believer in the Jaguars. I'm a believer.
Unfortunately, you are, and that's why they had 3 wins this season.
Yeah. But they killed Indianapolis final game of the year. So
you're going to mention that a lot during the offseason, unfortunately. But at least I have the head-to-head.
The worst thing you could have had is ending on a win.
Yeah, because then I could just carry throughout the entire offseason. I wish the Jets-Jags would have been week 18. That would have been so nice.
Yeah, it would have been, especially when you guys would have punched it home in the final drive instead of what happened this year. But I think the thing for me with you guys is when you just look at your division, I mean, there's 3 games you have to plan for. You don't really care about that Colts coming into Jacksonville game because that's a win. But you do have to care about going into Indy, facing Tennessee in Tennessee, and then playing Tennessee at home.
Right.
Those are the 3 games you have to try and win to have a shot in your division. And
Yep.
To do that, you need to be better in the middle. Because my assumption is you get Thibodeau. He comes off the right end spot. You have Josh Allen coming off the left end spot, and then from there you put Caleb Chase on as an outside linebacker, have him situational pass rush,
Right.
and you need one real nose tackle, someone who is like Damon Harrison level. And for me, I'm interested to see what you think here. We've not talked.
That's where Vita Vea should have been plugged into.
Right.
Had he had opened free agency. That's who they could have definitely used in that 3-4. Now here's my question. Can you even plan for that? Can you plan for that 3-4 to be there? Is Joe Cullen still going to be around? Probably not. I mean, that changes the entire complexion of what you want to do.
That's true.
So, I guess once we figure out the coach, it'll become, much more clear. But based off of what they have on the roster, you think 3-4 would have to be where they want to go here on out still?
You would think with the interview process that, the coaches that are emphasizing a 3-4 are the ones that'll fit better and probably have better interviews based off the
nice
roster.
Thing is, I know the Jacksonville Brass is not even considering that, including Trent Baalke. I know that's not even on his mind. I mean, right now he's very happy with that Colts win and thinking he put that together. Let's go back to the offensive side of the ball. How will Jamal Agnew be utilized next year?
I don't know. Probably as your flex in fantasy.
Admittedly, chat, I did start Jamal Agnew in a week.
Just the reason I say that, so I know that sounds a little silly to our viewers. The reason I'm saying that is because Austin was so bad when they signed Jamal Agnew for $7 million a year, and I admittedly understood why. Because giving a returner that does not look good. But then he was stretching together a couple of good weeks, and then all of a sudden in our fantasy league, I look into the transactions, and all of a sudden Austin's picking up Jamal Agnew for a week, and sure enough, he's in the lineup. So that was something I had to screenshot and hold on to as evidence of Austin being behind that Jamal Agnew signing now.
Yo, if Kenneth Murray has a job in the in the blue and yellow next year, this is a problem, bro.
Yeah,
bro, because he's so trash. Because he's so trash, they literally basically gave up 30 yards on third down, 3rd and 20 on. It was not 30 yards. Excuse me.
3rd and 23.
It was 3rd and 29.
Was that what it was?
Draw, and they almost get the first. Kenneth Murray has to go.
Hey, Kenneth Murray knew what he was doing. He almost let him get the first.
Right.
Yeah, I'm fucking hearing it. My fault.
So Austin, what I was gonna bring to you as a thought here was I'm gonna function under the assumption that they're gonna be back into a 3-4.
Yep.
And if you're Jacksonville, do you consider packaging 33 and maybe a 4th rounder to move up into like 25-ish and get like a 5th back?
I know exactly where you're going with this, I think.
To land Georgia Bulldog.
Yep, there it is.
Jordan Davis.
You have to. Now I'm unfortunately excited for that plan because that is ideal if you can land Jordan Davis later on, because teams are going to have that same thought that I've been having on him is, can he rush all 3 downs? No. I watched it. I've watched a lot of Georgia this year. He can't. He gets so tired. He's upright. He's not even pass rushing half the time. He's just standing there holding his guy, and it's pretty bad. I love Jordan Davis, but there comes a point in time where you have to realize he's coming off the field. However, in that 3-4, he provides enough pass rushing in the first 2 downs, if there is a passing situation, enough where he can be a pocket pusher and maybe not get the sacks and pressures, but at least get that center into the quarterback a little bit. Maybe.
And for me, just looking at what you guys have with Jahad Ward under contract for another year, assuming he's back, he maybe isn't with the changing to coaching. We talked about that, but then with the assumption that Roy Robertson Harris is back, you push Robertson Harris back to a role that he was in when he was finding success with the Bears as a guy who would come into the game, wouldn't be necessarily a full-time starter. And then you have Jihad Ward also as a guy who could relieve him. You have two players then who you can rotate in for him. I think actually Jacksonville makes a lot of sense for Jordan Davis because you get that level behind him where you have.
Is this going to be the situation like Christian Barmore coming off of a great run in the college football playoff, still ends up going 45?
Right.
You know, maybe.
Maybe you don't even have to move up for him, I guess. I mean,
right. That's the thought. Maybe they don't have to.
Because, I mean, just think about the blend of speed and power. If your front three in that 3-4 are Kayvon Thibodeau, Jordan Davis, and Josh Allen.
I mean, that would be just terrifying. Nice thing is, I know Trent Baalke's not going to go under that thought process. I think he'll be flirting with the idea of taking Weidermeyer at that pick 33, unfortunately. Or maybe he'll take a tight end I haven't even found yet. I don't know.
Okay, Austin, in the first 65 picks of the NFL draft, how mad would you be if you draft a running back?
Oh, gosh. Oh, man. Let's talk about him real quick. What do we think his yards could look like next year with James Robinson out for the start of the year for sure? I could see him eclipsing... I could see him being like a 900-yard rusher and 500-yard receiver even.
That's funny you say that because I was gonna say I'm gonna be bold and I'm gonna say he eclipses 1,500 scrimmage yards.
Yeah, so very, very close on what we think. I think he's gonna have a lot of value.
Are you fucking kidding me?
A lot of value. 500 might be steep, but I mean they're gonna have to go to him a lot if nothing changes.
I mean, like realistically, the thing that we're looking at here, if we're talking about that, like the 1,500-yard mark. This year, Eckler...
There's no way he catches that ball!
Eckler's right around that 1,500-yard mark himself coming into tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, it's 1,500 yards is pretty steep, so I'm gonna knock that back just considering, what Eckler's had. Maybe you're looking at 1,400 could make some sense.
I'm gonna stick with my 1,500, and I think there's a chance he gets around 16 even.
Bro. These guys are so bad.
Which, man. I know this is bold, but
right.
The thing is, Justin Jackson does take a good amount of carries. Like I think Etienne is a better runner than Eckler. So I think the Jaguars are gonna need him to be. So
right. And the nice thing is, I mean, he's one of the best. Missed tackles forced in all of college history when you look at the numbers that way. I mean, he was so talented. Unfortunately, I mean, it sucks, but Etienne and James Robinson could be really dangerous. I think Kamara and Ingram, that was so good. And we do have a touchdown for the Raiders. Josh Jacobs gets in based off of the big pass interference call. Looks like an uncatchable ball.
Bro, that was the most horrible call I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Our local Chargers fan clearly not happy about that one.
Bro, be honest.
Oh, no, you're right. You're definitely right.
That was nowhere near. If you want to call holding, sure. I'm fine with that. That's fine. Bro, the ball was literally 20 yards away from him.
Right.
Yeah, no, not a good call here.
This play doesn't happen if Kenneth Murray doesn't get blocked by Zay Jones. This play doesn't happen, bro. I cannot believe this, bro.
We should rename this stream Chargers fan goes on
wild. Yo, go for it, bro. You got 2 timeouts, 40 seconds. Go for it, bro.
So here's a look at our updated draft order here, Austin. The top 16 is locked in place. We got not Lions. We've got Jaguars, Lions, Texans, Jets, Giants, Panthers, Giants again, Falcons, Broncos, Jets, Washington, Vikings, Browns, Ravens, Eagles. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy those New York teams stayed up there. Remember at the start of the year when we were doing our mocks and the Eagles had 3 top 10 picks? That
Thank
was
God
freaky.
that isn't the truth anymore.
Like we were 5 weeks in, it was still the case. It was like, oh no, because the Colts
Yeah.
had started 1-3. The Eagles did not start off the best either. They had lost quite a few games to start the year. And then their other pick. Who's their other pick from again? I'm blanking.
It's from the who is it from? Hold on. It is from the Dolphins.
Dolphins, yes, that's right. Dolphins. They started horribly. So through the first 4 or 5 weeks, we're like, oh no, like is this really happening? But thank goodness the Colts and Dolphins bounced back this year.
If they didn't, I mean, even so, the fact that they did, the Eagles and Howie Roseman's got to have such a huge smile right now.
Yeah.
Like, not only does he have picks from teams that aren't in the playoffs,
Yep.
but his team is in.
Right.
That is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at it from the scope of they traded their starting quarterback, went with their backup, and then all of a sudden he led them to the postseason. Testament to Nick Sirianni, a really good job by him this year.
Yeah.
I was so critical of that hire. So critical.
I'm curious, Austin. Over under. If you had to bet on the Eagles on draft night making over or under 2.5 draft picks on day one, what are you hitting? Currently, they have 3.
I'm gonna hit the over. I think they're gonna pick at all 3 spots. I don't think there's gonna be a player they want to necessarily move up for. But that would be a great opportunity for one of these top teams that maybe needs to fill out a lot more holes to move down. And if the Eagles want to make a huge splash somewhere with a Thibodeau or a Hutchinson, if they move some of those picks, that would be insane.
That's interesting. You thought of it a different way than I did, which is interesting. I thought of them trading down.
Wild. Yo, these refs gotta go, bro. These refs gotta go. All jokes aside, bro.
So you thought of them through the scope of trading down.
I don't know who was officiating this, but they're doing a terrible job.
Are you talking about the one that they got to Mike Williams?
What's that?
Are you talking about the flag when they threw to Mike Williams?
Well, they didn't throw a flag.
Trey, let me ask you this. Has Storm Norton had to play the entire season?
Mostly, yes.
My condolences. He's one of the worst linemen I've ever watched.
Big facts. Big facts. Put me out there, bro.
The fact that he was let go from Carolina and Minnesota at times where they both desperately needed offensive linemen.
That man, yo, put me out there. You see me get the reps in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't be right tackle. You'd be my
Trey,
friend.
can we see a couple reps for you at
You're
that
glad
tackle
now,
spot?
Please, Trey, hit us up with a rep.
No, I'm not doing it, bro. You're glad.
I'm only a fifth round center.
If you do some reps, I'll do some reps.
Yeah, you guys do some reps. I'll watch. I'll even announce them.
We should have the comment section tell us where we'd best fit along the offensive line.
Austin, I'm gonna text you an idea for a video right now. I don't want to say it on stream.
Yeah, so the Chargers got a punt now, huh? You'd have to be curious to see if the Raiders make a push here, depending on how far this punt goes. It's probably going to be a good punt. Yeah, that's a good video idea.
Shout out to the Mavs for winning. Just messed up my whole parlay.
Yeah, you're welcome for that. Luka Doncic, I think the fastest player to get to 39 triple-doubles.
Wow. He is the truth.
He's a beast.
Yeah. Well, so let's. Do we have the playoff scenario if the Chargers win? Who they would have?
The Chargers win, they go to Buffalo.
Buffalo. Okay. That's a winnable game. Very winnable.
Here you go. I think this shows it all, Austin. So the Steelers would go to Kansas City.
Yep.
The Patriots would go to Cincinnati. Oh, Patriots are on to Cincinnati.
Oh wow, that's a bad matchup, unfortunately for Cincinnati. Really.
Yeah,
really.
it's tough. And then
it's nice that it's played in Cincinnati. That's really good.
It is in Cincy, yeah, because they have the home field, but that's just tough for Cincy.
You're a clown, G.
Cat. Okay, let's rationalize this. How far could Cincinnati realistically go? All things go right. I'll ask both of you that.
Second round.
They could be the second best team in the AFC. I think. I mean,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Like
I look at the Bengals the same way I look at the Cowboys. I think they're the same team, just in different conferences. Like wide receiver core is out of this world for both. Great running back, great quarterback. Defense can, make some stops. Sometimes it's iffy. You know what I mean? Like
that's actually not a terrible comp.
Yeah, no, I think that is true. I do. Yeah, I mean, it's just that Kansas City game really had me believing in what their ceiling could be. They play, does Jamar Chase is that kind of difference maker?
What were you saying, Trey?
Cheers to losing at half.
Hey, here's to winning this week to get us to our third win, which you guys had by week 4.
Here's to losing this week.
Yeah.
For me, looking at it, so Chiefs play Steelers. Chiefs win.
Yep.
Bills play whoever comes out of this one. If the Chargers win, I pick the Chargers over Buffalo. Even though the game's in Buffalo, I still pick the Chargers.
Yep.
If the Raiders win, they go to the Chiefs.
If Raiders, so they end up being the 7. Okay.
Correct. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Raiders would be 10-7, and the Steelers are 9-7-1.
That's just what I've seen.
I don't think that's right.
Yeah, I think that's incorrect. You're right, because they would be 10-7.
So I think Vegas. I think that's if they tie Trey.
You might be right.
No, that's what it is. That's what it is.
So Vegas. If Vegas goes to Buffalo, Vegas loses. I think.
My bad. If Vegas wins, they play the Bengals.
Oh yeah, wait, yeah, you're right because they'd have the the Patriots are 11-7, aren't they?
No, they lost today.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, so that's correct. They would play the Bengals. Oh man, I need the Raiders to win. Oh man. Oh.
I know it'd be hard for you to cheer between two of your top favorite teams in 1 week.
Okay.
Oh
man, I'm sorry, Trey. I really have to go hard for the Raiders this week.
Well, either way, I have the Raiders losing in the first round.
Yep. I don't think they win a playoff game.
To me, if LA wins, then I have the Bengals versus Patriots. Jesus. You have to pick the Patriots.
Sheldon, huge stat. Don't know if you've seen it based off of the tweet, but I'm gonna name 2 stat lines. Okay. So, player A, 4,202 yards. The other player B has 4,221. So very, very close. Both 33 touchdowns, both 7 picks. almost the exact same season. Okay? Player B, you might guess, is Kirk Cousins.
That's
Okay?
what I was thinking. Is player A Mahomes?
Player A is 2009 Brett Favre Vikings. So, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Wow.
Really puts things in perspective with how great of a season Kirk Cousins just had.
Cousins is a beast. Like, actually, for anyone who actually watches Vikings games, he is phenomenal.
It's such a narrative. There's so many people that hate him for no reason.
For sure. Hey there, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you guys in here. I'm pretty sure we just got rated from Grossi, so really appreciate that. That's actually really, really awesome. So thank you guys so much for all hopping in here. Welcome to the live stream. We are watching here. Of course, at halftime, the Raiders are up 17-14. Make sure you guys leave a like and subscribe if you guys are new. And big shout out to Gossi for the raid. That's absolutely awesome. So thank you guys all so much for hopping in here. Austin, what's your thoughts on? Let's keep talking about the playoff implications here a little bit with the Bengals and Patriots. If that ends up being the matchup, if the Chargers win tonight and New England goes into Cincinnati, as famously said by Bill Belichick, we're on to Cincinnati. Who are you picking and why?
Yes, I mean, looking at that, I mean, if we're looking at Bengals Patriots, that's a tough matchup, right? I mean, for any team, you have to consider that really, really tough when you have a pass-heavy offense versus a team that's really, really good against the pass. Super, super excited for that matchup. I think it's going to be one of those where you have to look at it for the scope of, can they run the ball effectively? Because J.C. Jackson is going to probably make it very tough on Jamar Chase, 100%. Right. So that's one that we have to look at and say, man, that's the best matchup for, or the worst matchup for arguably the Bengals is, offensively it's going to be a tough game, tough game.
So, most definitely is, and that's kind of what we talked about at the Open too a little bit. We're going to get to the donations here in just a second. Austin, with that game between the Bengals and Patriots, the potential game that we don't know for sure if it's going to happen yet or not. We talked about Jamar Chase and what he opens up for the other receivers, Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins specifically. How big of games will they have to have for them to win?
They got to be huge in that game. I think that Tyler Boyd's going to have to step up big time because Chase is going to be likely shadowed by J.C. Jackson the entire time. So it's going to be Boyd, it's going to be Higgins. So those guys are huge. C.J. Uzomah should have a good game as well. But looking at that, I think New England probably wins that. I think they do. So, thanks everybody in the stream. Trayvon's got his cat. This is huge.
That's awesome. We got the cat. Gavin, Sally, thank you so much for the donation. It really does mean a lot. Let's go ahead and try and get to all the donations. Don't want to miss any of them. Thanking everyone. Browns and Beer says cat or we riot. Thank you so much for the 5. And again, big shout out to the user for the raid. It does really mean a lot. Thank you so much. I actually got my cat on stream here for us too. Otis, say hello to the stream. Hopefully they enjoy the cat. Tony MC says, where's the kitty cat? Again, Bill Lamoureux, thank you for the $10. Says more cats, so here's another cat for you on the stream. He's checking it out now. This is his first time on camera. And also thank you, Gavin, again for another $5. Michael Umhofer, thank you for the $5 as well. You guys are absolutely awesome. We really do appreciate you guys coming in for all the support. Does really mean a lot. So thank you guys so much.
Yeah, definitely. Are you guys still able to hear me here?
Yep, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. I think I got rid of the echo potentially that we were having. So let's have a vote on which cat is cuter amongst the two. I think that's a crucial thing. Everybody vote in the chat. Display your cat if you still got them, Sheldon. And also state the name of your cat so they can vote.
Yeah, so my cat was lost and he went running upstairs. Didn't want to be on stream. thank you again so much, everyone, for tuning in. It does mean a lot. Robert bottom cat. No, for sure for Trayvon.
Yeah, it's tough to go against Asuna. Great personality that Asuna's got, but Otis, the long-haired cat, he's got my heart, man.
Here, Austin, if you want to go through some comments, I'm going to try and fix my echo.
Yeah, it might be my echo as well. I'm not exactly sure which of ours it is. So let us know which one of us is echoing. Maybe it's me currently talking. So yeah, I would say, it's tough to pick a cat. Honestly, both of them are really, really good. So Trey, back to the game here. What are your thoughts on what you've seen so far? We don't have Trey's audio. It's probably, I'm still echoing, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it might be your room.
Yeah, that very well could be.
Try turning down your volume a bit.
Yeah, so how's it sounding now? I can make
let
a
me
transition.
Try right now.
What's that?
I think it might be a little bit better with your volume down. Can you turn it down more? Or if you get like headphones quick?
Yeah. Oh, God, I'm gonna have to do this.
I'll remove you quick, don't worry. All right, thanks guys so much for sure coming in. Do appreciate it. We're trying to get that echo solved with. Let me know right now if we're still echoing. I'd love to know. Don't want you guys to have to be dealing with that. Again, thank you so much for the stream too. It does really mean a lot. Getting it. Usually we've done some other streams in the past. Had a lot of fun doing them. So this is one that, has been a little bit slower, a little bit quieter for us, but definitely has been enjoyable. This so far, it's been a great game between the Raiders and Chargers. Trayvon here in the bottom left, he's a Chargers fan, so hopefully he's enjoying the game as well. Austin, don't hear an echo anymore, so that's at least a good sign.
Yeah, how's the mic sound? I don't know if the audio is even going to come through this.
It does actually. It's it's interesting.
It actually sounds better.
Okay, well that's good. At least it's not echoing anymore.
I like your other mic more, but I think it's just because the room you're in with like the closed space behind you.
Right. Yeah, I think so too, unfortunately.
Good. Browns and Beers, welcome to the stream. I'm glad to have you in here from the raid. Also, Braden, thank you so much for coming in here. Chris as well. Tyrone. He says, as a Bengals fan, I'm hoping the Raiders pull it off. Would rather play them than the Patriots, even though I think we could beat either. Aussie, you were talking about that. How key is that for the Bengals? Should they be praying for the Raiders to win?
Yeah, I think the Raiders secondary is really susceptible to giving up big plays. I'm surprised we haven't seen it more in this game. But looking at it, if you're the Bengals, you want to play the Raiders. They are definitely worse than the New England Patriots. 100%. Especially.
You have to feed Eckler the second half. He's just on a tear right now.
Yeah, Austin Eckler is huge in this game. 100%.
I think if I'm looking at another donation coming in here. Thank you so much, Mendoza Zodner. Double cap for the win. I want to draw. That's awesome. Hopefully after the Chargers get a field goal, we get Neil plus punch spam for a unique sporting experience. Much love from the Philippines. Well, thank you so much.
Oh, Philippines. Yes. Let's go. Thank you. How did you find our channel? I'd love to know that.
I wonder if he came over from the raid. That's awesome. But thank you so much for that. That's really awesome. And I'm glad you enjoyed the cats. First time they got to be on the stream. So definitely a good experience for them as well as for you guys, hopefully. So definitely a lot of fun. And let's go back to the game here now, because Daniel Carlson just about to kick us off here for the second half. Chargers are going to be getting the ball. Like Trayvon said, Austin Eckler probably got to be the focal point for the Chargers. Austin, how big is he going to be for them this half?
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to be getting him more and more involved in the pass game. 100%. Definitely going to see his volume increase. This is a critical part of the year, and he's got to get involved. I'd like to see Keenan Allen as well. Pretty quiet there. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, he has been pretty quiet. Let's see if we can actually pull up the first half stats a little bit for this matchup here. Win probability currently at a 52% for the Raiders. However, Chargers do have more total yards, but they do have the one turnover. Possession pretty evenly split, 14-47 for the Chargers and 15-20 for the Raiders through the first half. Let's see here. Game leaders at this point, Jared Cook actually leading the Chargers with 38 yards. And then Moreau for the Raiders with 44.
Surprising to say the least, right? Jared Cook being the halftime yard leader for the Chargers. Unbelievable.
Right. I think the surprising thing for me, too, here is Rashard leading the Raiders with 24 rush yards in the first half. I thought that Jacobs was going to have a little bit bigger of a role for them to have some success moving the football. But so far, they've been spreading the love around a little bit, and it's been going to other guys. So, interesting that Rashard only has 24 yards, but he's still leading the Raiders in the first half. Of course, a lot of those came on the one third and long draw play. And Jared Cook actually adding to that total puts up a big play here. Austin, he's trying to make us eat our words about the Chargers needing a tight end. Obviously, all season long has been a struggle, but this game's coming alive a little bit when the Chargers need him.
I think that number may have been inclusive because I didn't remember him catching more than one ball in that first half outside of it. So he's got 4 catches for 80 now. So I mean that's he's having a good game. Maybe he is trying to make us eat our words there.
4 catches for 80. That'd be a season best for him, I feel. Let's see if I can actually pull up his numbers on the season because I feel like that would have to be near a season best for him.
Oh, absolutely. Has to be.
And it actually is by 10 yards, and guess who he was playing when he put up 70 yards earlier this season?
It was the Raiders.
Yep, it was the Raiders indeed.
It was the Raiders,
so,
yep.
Outside of his games against the Raiders, he has only one game above 50 yards. So
yeah, I mean the Raiders just they give up a lot of yards to tight ends. That's been clear this year. So
yeah, they've had their fair share of struggles, and it's not really a good thing to have that issue when you're going up against Noah Fant and Travis Kelce, and then you make Jared Cook look like it's 2013 again. So
yeah, absolutely.
Robert Lamison says, I feel like Chargers should take some shots down the field. You said that, and of course, as you said that, Jared Cook sprung for a big gain down the sideline. So I definitely think you're right. I think Mike Williams has to have a bigger second half here as well for the Chargers. You talked a little bit about Keenan Allen, Austin. I think we're for sure going to see him a little bit more. And also Mike Williams, I think we're due for him to get a big play on the outside of the numbers along the boundary at some point here. See Justin Herbert take the snap here, looking to deliver. And actually he gets demolished by the Raiders defensive front. Jefferson in there, along with Cleveland Farrell, Trayvon's favorite Las Vegas Raider. Cleveland Farrell gets in for the half sack there. The Raiders are an interesting team also. Let's talk a little bit about their defensive line play because I think it's much improved this year. I mean, Max Crosby's really stepped up. Yannick Ngakoue has been a pretty good pickup for them. This has been a documented issue in years past. What's your thoughts on the Raiders, their improvements this year?
Yeah, I mean, that's something we had noted in the offseason is that we definitely thought they had to improve their pass rush. They were one of the bottom teams in the league in terms of sack numbers last year. And they definitely have been that. Max Crosby, once again, breaking out in a big way. Yannick Ngakoue's improved this season. Honestly, that was one of their biggest issues last year, and that's why they're a little more successful this year. Pretty interesting, what they have to do moving forward. They haven't hit on their picks like they needed to. So, think about where this team could be had they hit on the Arnett pick, and obviously the Henry Ruggs thing you can't really help out if you're a selecting general manager.
And here we go, Dustin Hopkins. And it's going to be no good. Wide left here. Robert Lamison bringing it into us. Wide left.
Wide
indeed.
left.
So
wide left. So Dustin Hopkins misses a kick. He's been accurate this year. Trayvon, are you shocked at the miss there?
Absolutely not.
From a depressed Chargers fan, very, very short-winded on his response. We're going to get back to the action. So when you are looking at the rest of the game, what are we expecting the Raiders to look like offensively? We're going to see a little more play action. Hopefully they can establish the run a little more than they have. I'd like to see Derek Carr in that play action. He's so effective at that part of the field.
Yeah, I think for me, if I'm the Raiders, you've got to establish a run game here, and you got to try and shorten this game a little bit, because your mindset on this drive has to be, we're going to go get 7 points, we're going to eat some clock, and we're going to hopefully give the ball back to the Chargers with about 4-ish minutes left in the third quarter, and try and make this a 3-ish possession game, where you give the ball back to them. You're up by hopefully 10 points at that point, 24-14. That should be your goal now with where you're starting on the field. And eating up about 7 minutes, you get the ball back to them, hopefully up by 10, and from there you try and force a long, lengthy drive that takes up a lot of time, and then you get the ball back with about 10 minutes left, and you try and put the dagger in from there. I think that's kind of how they have to be looking at it. And if they're not capable of doing that, I mean, the Chargers, their offense, we've seen what they've looked like the last 4 minutes of games. It's going to be a lot of Justin Herbert delivering to Mike Williams on the outside, a lot of Austin Eckler out of the backfield, and that's going to be dangerous for the Raiders. They are not built to withhold a 3 or 4 minute drive at the end of the game to the Los Angeles Chargers that could be potentially game winning. Trayvon, the game that comes to my mind is back when Phillip Rivers and the Chargers won it near the end of the season against Kansas City on a Mike Williams touchdown, or maybe that was a Mike Williams 2-point conversion. Either way, that's the game that's kind of coming to my mind right now, and if the Raiders aren't careful, they could have that same ending for them. What do you think, Austin?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to keep this controlled tempo when you're going up tempo, having a lot of incompletions and giving the Chargers a lot more time down the stretch. That scares me. So you gotta run it. You gotta run the clock a little bit. Obviously, you're in the third quarter. You don't need to be running clock yet. However, I think it's important that they do establish a run to later on set up some more play action, because they've been really, really good.
Right. I think for me too, and that's where Hunter Renfrow is going to find more success than he's found this season. Just with considering the fact that, when he's coming across the middle of the field, that's when he's at his best, I believe. And that's easiest to do when you have him out of the slot and you work him across the middle of the field on play action and PA boots, where you can get Derek Carr out of the pocket on with design mobility. And they just haven't been able to do that. They start this drive here with a run, trying to get Josh Jacobs going, but he, again, only picks up 2 yards, so there just hasn't been a lot for them this game. Of course, their only big real run was Jalen Richard on that third and long draw. Picked up about 20 yards on that one. So he's had a quiet game himself outside of one play, and Josh Jacobs hasn't been much better. So I think that's really what we're going to be watching for. Robert Lamison says, how weird is it that they'll be having a playoff game next Monday night between Rams and Cardinals? Austin, what's your thoughts on Rams-Cardinals, their matchup in the NFC?
That's going to be a terrific game. 2 prolific offenses going at it, 2 division rivals, so we'll see them for a third time this year. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolute madness. I think the Rams are going to win that one. I'm excited for Cam Akers to be a part of the game plan moving forward. That's kind of the X factor. Is he going to be healthy enough to really sustain a workload, or are they going to have a lot of Darrell Henderson in the mix as well?
That's going to be a good question to watch. I know Sony Michel had a little bit of run today. I think that they're going to be looking at trying to keep the running backs fresh for sure, how important they are on McVay's offense. And for the Cardinals, I don't know what you think, Austin. Are you a little panicked about what they are going into the playoffs?
They're weird. I mean, they've been brutal down the stretch, unfortunately. That's something that you have to be concerned about. Just Arizona, I don't get them. They made me start believing, because I wasn't a believer until they had rattled off so many wins consecutively. They were beating good teams, and now they make me question what they are. This offense has got to run the ball effectively to win some playoff games, which can James Conner give that to you in the postseason? I don't really know the answer to that.
Right. That's a great point there with the James Conner question, because I know a lot of people did believe in what Arizona had there in the backfield. They clearly didn't when they went and brought in James Conner. I think that showed that they did have some concerns after losing Kenyon Drake. And he's been really good for them this year, but I just don't know if he can be relied on, like you're saying. And then Let's actually, Austin, I want to transition here to yesterday before the stream. You were kind of planning out some trivia things. If you want to pull those up, maybe if Trayvon would be interested, we could do some of those on stream here. Maybe see if our viewers could get them.
Yeah, 100%. I will go ahead and look at that if you want to kind of cover some other stuff. I will find that. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'll be able to do that while I'm trying to watch the game on my phone. So
I forgot that was on your phone. My fault.
Yeah, we might have to wait on that one.
No worries. I could also look to see if I can find a couple. Do you remember the name of the
Yeah, I can actually even send them to you. Let me find that real quick. I'm pretty excited about the postseason here. So what are your two underdog teams from each conference? One that maybe wouldn't get consideration for a Super Bowl run that you could see making it.
Ooh, that's a good question. For me, the 49ers, their cornerbacks are just too bad. I can't count on that. Realistically, I mean, I think the popular pick for a lot of people is going to be the Patriots if you ask them that question. So I'm not going to say that. Now, this is bold saying this because they're down by 3 and they might not even get in. The Chargers. I do actually think that if I had to pick an underdog that I think could actually go all the way for the AFC, I mean, Cincinnati or the Chargers for me for the AFC, just because offensively I know what I'm getting from the two young quarterbacks. I mean, they're two of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, and I trust that they're going to be able to play in a playoff environment, even though neither of them have seen it yet, just because of who they are and what the strengths they do have as throwers of the football. And they've got great pieces around them. So I think that's one thing I trust because I really think playoff football is really built along playmakers in a lot of ways. I think that you have to have guys who can actually go out and get stuff done with the ball in their hands, and both of those teams have it. And then for the NFC, I mean, I don't know if I necessarily see an underdog in the NFC. I think there's 3 big dogs. If you look at Green Bay, Tampa, and LA.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just tough for me to pick like a Philadelphia over Tampa, or it's tough for me to pick San Francisco. It's even hard for me to pick Arizona over LA. I just don't really see it. I think it's going to come down to one of those 3 teams. My thought is it's going to be the Buccaneers again because Tom Brady's been there so many times. He knows how to get it done. And I think he probably does get it done. However, it's not going to be an easy road for sure. So for me, I think the 2 sleepers I have are from the AFC. I don't really have a sleeper for the NFC. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, so I want a quick reach or go to the NFC there. I don't believe in the wildcard teams, really. I don't. I have a hard time with Philly, especially with what the secondary is going to be. But outside of that, San Fran, they don't present a lot of concern to me if I'm a playoff team. Can we talk about how Tampa Bay all of a sudden has become underrated?
Yeah, right. I agree.
I don't understand why. I mean, like I get Chris Godwin's injury and Antonio Brown, but I still think they were arguably the premier team in the NFC still.
We went for 4th and 1 on our own 20.
And did you get it?
What do you think?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Listen to the sound of my voice.
We're negative 2 yards. They did not get it.
They did not get it. Wow, that is.
I like the call. I don't care. I like the call.
I don't like that at all. Like I don't.
I don't mind going for it. I don't love a halfback dive up the middle.
Facts. You put it in Herbert's hands. I agree.
That's for me. I would spread it out and bring Enkler out of the backfield as a pass catcher. Like that's just I mean, you could ask a casual football fan what they think is going to happen there on 4th and 1, and they'd probably tell you a run up the middle. So,
Bro, yeah, exactly. I don't like the play call, but I do like the aggressiveness personally.
Yeah, like you got to appreciate the aggressiveness, but there's a certain point where I don't know if I could do it that close to my own like end zone. You know,
the thing is, you're basically signing up to give up at least 3.
Right. So if you trust your defense to only give up 3, I get it a little more. But yeah.
Oh, we got some trickery here from the Raiders. Looks like a shovel triple option almost, and they get up 3 or 4 yards. So, Brandon Staley's showing that this year, though, that he's going to be willing to do that.
Right.
I think this is the most extreme version of it.
Yeah.
But anytime he's been around midfield, he's essentially gone for it.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Lamison here giving his own thoughts, saying too early in the game for that. And that's part of the question here too, is with 9 minutes left in the third, did you need to do it that early? Probably not. But I mean, that could be, if you do get it there, which I think with a different play call, arguably you do. If you empty it out, or not empty it out, but spread it out and then bring Eckler out of the backfield as a pass catcher, I think you have a better shot.
Right.
And that could be a really deflating moment for the Raiders, as Derek Carr's a little shook up now. Derwin James coming off the edge.
They're about to go for a field goal, bro. I like the call. Like I said, I don't like the play call, but I like the call. Go for it. Like, it's literally like, I understand what you mean, Austin, or like, sometimes you just got to YOLO, bro. Like, it's win or go home right now.
Right. But if we say touchdown, we're not having this conversation at all. It's only because the result was a field goal.
If they score a touchdown, that's fine, because you trust your offense is fast enough to go down and score and respond.
But you give them you give them like 15 yards to go score a touchdown. It's fortunate how it panned out for them, but I get the aggressiveness. I get it, and I'm the biggest Brandon Staley fan in this party.
That's
but I don't understand at that point the play call itself and the actual decision to go for it. The play call you can blame Mr. Genius himself, Joe Lombardi, but Brandon Staley just said go for it. People were saying he was going to get a head coaching gig this offseason.
He absolutely should not.
Yeah, I know.
The play call to me is an F grade. And the decision to go for it, I think, is like a B-, because with where you're at and the time in the game, you didn't need to. I really don't think. But at the same time, I can't be too upset. I mean, as an offense, obviously we have the hindsight now of we didn't get it. With that hindsight, we can say obviously the decision then is an F because it didn't work. But if you get it, it's an A+, and that could be one of those things that's really demoralizing to a team if you do get it. Because that would send a message that, hey, we're willing to go for it at this spot of the field this early.
Right. I get that. Right.
So I don't I personally, Austin, you know how I feel. I never go for it almost ever unless I'm really at midfield or past. I really don't believe in it. But
right, I mean, it didn't hurt them that bad because it resulted in a field goal. But
hot take. Vic Fangio's going to be on the Chargers coaching staff 56 next year with Brandon Staley.
I have a differing take. He's going to be on Alabama's coaching staff next season.
You're a clown.
I'm not. He'll be probably D-line coach or something.
No, come on.
No, I mean you look at dude. Doug Marrone took an offensive line job after his head coaching gig with the Jags.
But that's Doug Marrone, bro. Come on.
Doug Marrone went to an AFC title game.
Okay, and Norv Turner went to an AFC title game too. What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? What are we saying?
Okay, nevertheless, I mean he was not that far removed from an AFC title game. I don't think Doug Marrone's a good coach by any stretch of the imagination, but
Rex Ryan coached the Bills in the mid-2010s, so that's kind of the equivalent of being a D-line coach. Robert Lavison says roll tide.
Yeah, facts, man.
Facts. Tomorrow we're gonna win the national championship too.
Ooh, bold take there from Trayvon Chris. Austin probably agrees with you. I'm putting my money in on Georgia.
It ain't that bold. The hell?
Yeah, I know it's really not. You guys are the favorites, like every year. And then after the game,
They're
when you guys
actually
win,
not. They're actually not the favorites. They're the underdog.
after you guys win, and then what they're gonna interview Bryce Love, and he's gonna go, I was the underdog. I had no love the entire time.
Yeah.
No one believed in me.
The fact that he is talking about how he's such an underdog and all this is just really upsetting.
It's so dumb.
It's like, dude, you were literally a top recruit in your class. Like, nobody was doubting you.
5 stars. Each one stands for doubt.
Facts.
That's dumb. I mean,
You gotta have that mindset. You gotta have that chip on your shoulder, bro.
dude, it's just me and my slimes out here grinding.
It doesn't make it more true, the fact that you have to. Like, I get you have to, but the fact is he was just wrong. He hasn't doubted.
Like the reality is there's this much of a line between greatness and not, but no one's doubted him. Like,
Right.
He's gonna in our first mock for 2023. He's probably gonna be a top 3 pick.
Ooh, that was a bad drop by Keenan. Holy moly, he was wide.
Robert Lamison here talking about Nakobe Dean going to be a beast in the NFL.
Keenan's got to go too.
Keenan's got to go. That's some clown stuff right there.
Bro, that was bad. That was
Chad.
really bad.
Clip it.
Clip it. I don't care. That was bad. Did you see that?
Keenan's got to go. God. Good. I wish you were a Jaguars fan and could just see all the bad things that happen every week. If you could see all of the bad things that happen every single week, bro. Like, I get excited when we don't get a 3-and-out and right away. Like, the fact that if we get 1 first down and then we punt, I'm excited. Max Crosby is killing Storm Norton. I mean, killing him.
Yeah, it's not a fair matchup by any means.
Who the fuck are you telling, bro? That's been all year, bro. Everybody, I would kill Storm Norton.
Well, I believe that. You're a premier pass rusher.
No, he's a premier offensive lineman.
And tight end. Yeah, Robert Lamison here agreeing with you. Austin here drops every week in Duval. Specifically, LaVisca this year. That's what really surprised me.
Yeah, it's just every time the ball is thrown, I expect it to be dropped.
I don't know about you, Austin.
Yeah, he is trash.
I felt like he was poised for a big year 2. And
I felt that too. I thought he could really build off of his rookie campaign, and his sophomore year he was just brutal.
Which is kind of shocking, honestly. Like, I just don't really know why. It looks like the Warriors are probably going to win the opener here with Clay as well, by the way.
For all the NBA guys here.
I know. How does it feel, Austin, to be the NBA guy?
Yeah, go check out my mock. Oh, wait.
We're still waiting for your big board, and then once the match for the guy, he'll all of a sudden be number 1.
Yeah.
I'm excited. The Mavs still have their first round pick this year. They can't trade it until draft night, so I'm waiting for Mark Cuban to sell it.
Oh, facts.
There's a few good players that I would like.
So, Trey, what's your confidence meter looking like at this point in the game?
Confidence meter?
Yeah, where's it sitting at?
Like this when it started, and it's like this now.
But, like, you got to have some level of confidence.
Do you know who we are? Yo, lightning bolt.
Yeah. that is true.
Trayvon, you excited for mock draft season?
Facts. Chalk it up. Yeah, I gotta get into the draft class this year.
Browns and Beers here with a great question. If you're the Browns front office, Austin, what would you do with the QB position? We were talking about this a little bit off stream. Wouldn't mind the non-Browns fan take on it. Austin, you give yours and I'll give mine after.
Yeah, so I love what Cleveland's built so far. I think they've done a great job putting infrastructure around a quarterback. Now, Baker Mayfield this year has been playing with that shoulder injury, which a lot of guys would have had surgery and quit. So admire the absolute toughness of Baker Mayfield. If you are the Cleveland Browns, you have to make that decision. Is he the guy long term? I don't know that he is, because I think you can make an upgrade there. I was a huge fan of Baker Mayfield coming out. He just hasn't transitioned into what I thought he could be. Once they get healthy next year, I think they'll have a better year. They'll have an experimental year, one final one with him, because this is his 5th-year option year, correct?
Yep.
So I think they'll ride it out one more season and then make a decision, because
the fact that Brandon Faison is locking down Mike Williams is utterly disgusting.
Yeah, Faison's a dog.
Faison is far from a dog. That's far.
He's a dog. But yeah, so I think they'll probably ride out Baker one more year, because it's hard to figure out what else they would try to do creatively to move him. I mean maybe Atlanta looks at the trade market there for him. That could be interesting. They don't have a guy already in the fold for this season.
For me, looking at the Browns, they just can't panic. I think. I mean, looking at Baker's career so far, I mean, year 1 was really good. Year 2 was bad. Year 3 was really great. Year 4 was really bad. You know, he's had 2 really good seasons and 2 really bad seasons. And, I mean, with what he was coming out, I think people knew that he wasn't going to be this all-time great quarterback. But I think the things he does well are enough that when you have a great team around him, you can be successful. The wide receivers this year, it's not like they were great. And like you talked about, he's dealing with an injury. The only reason the Browns should look to really move from him is if you feel like you can get Aaron Rodgers in free agency. Like, if you can land Aaron Rodgers, you say, screw Baker Mayfield, you say goodbye, you trade him, you get whatever you can get for him. But if you can't land Aaron Rodgers, you're not going to really upgrade.
I'd be interested in a Kirk Cousins to Cleveland.
See, and that's interesting for me. The one concern I have is the long-term outlook of that.
Right.
Because the thing about if you have Mayfield and he plays great is then you have no issue going into an extension there, because you know what he is, kind of. You've had him in the building. And to your point, Stefanski's been there. That's actually a really good shout out, because Stefanski's worked with Cousins. So actually, with me thinking about that now, that's not actually bad at all. That's actually really good.
Yeah, I kind of like Kirk going there. I do.
Yeah.
Because his price tag will not be as astronomical as some of the other quarterbacks on the market, and he's younger than a Matt Ryan.
Right.
So I think that could make some sense. I'm curious on what Minnesota would ask for. I don't know, a guy with 1 year left on his deal.
If you're going to get the thing for me is, before they even worry about the quarterback, they need to find some wideouts.
I agree. I think they actually really they're in a position where they've kind of done Baker somewhat of a. The problem is he didn't gel with OBJ. They tried it. Okay. Jarvis Landry, he's a nice complementary receiver. Donovan Peoples-Jones, I don't know for sure what he's going to be in the league.
Right.
Higgins, once again, he's a at top a 3, more of a 4 to me.
Yeah, agreed.
So I'd like to see them get a number 1 that's going to work.
That's the thing, and whether that's Garrett Wilson or whether that's even Olave,
really, can I stop real quick? The really good run by Josh Jacobs here. Looked like there was zero avenue to pick up this first down.
Yeah, that is a very nice cutback inside. As I
Very
see it
good
coming
job.
across. Huge gain of 5 there to move the sticks, and the Raiders have a shot here to maybe put some distance between them and the Chargers now. Touchdown would be huge for the Raiders, but I think going back to the Browns here, as Robert Lamison says, Harrison Bryant was a steal. Agreed. I think that like everyone's just willing to jump off the quarterback, you know. And for some of it doesn't make any sense. Like, think about Austin, and I know you're in agreement with me about this, about Baker Mayfield. Everyone's basically saying, oh, this guy's terrible, and he's holding the Browns back from being a Super Bowl team. Let's not forget what they were before they got him.
Yeah, right.
And let's not forget that people still think Sam Darnold's really good. Like,
I'm not going to cap. If the Raiders score a touchdown here, I'm probably getting off of them. I'm just going to go to bed.
Oh, no. We got depressed Chargers fan. That's what we're going to change our YouTube name to.
I always try to make Trey feel better by just saying how bad we are, but I don't think that's going to work tonight.
It's not. It doesn't make me feel good.
Hey, Trayvon, look, you see where it says Chargers here on the screen share? And you see where it says 4-3 away?
What's that?
You have more road wins this year than the Jags have wins.
I'm hearing that, bro. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I see that little smile coming out.
Yeah, he was like slightly happy to hear that again.
No, I was not. That's not an accomplishment.
Hey, Trayvon, you see that first number under the Chargers, that 9 number? I think that's how many wins the Jets have the past 3 years.
Nah, you're dragging it, bro. You're dragging it.
And if you took away all of our garbage wins from week 15 to 18, it would be like 4.
Dragging it.
For me, man, like, here Robert Lamison says, what about Marcus to the Browns? I think he's probably talking about Marcus Mariota. That is not an upgrade to me at all.
Yeah, I would much rather just stick with Baker. I had seen somebody on TikTok actually make that. I think it was even pick a side that had said this, that they think that Marcus Mariota should go there. So to me, it's not an upgrade at all. I think you actually get worse there.
I agree with that because I'm sorry, but Marcus Mariota, to me, like, I know he had the good game last year against the Chargers, and that kind of like, oh, he could be a trade candidate, you know. Week in, week out, when you can scout him, I do not think that he becomes a valuable player for a team.
Yeah.
But, of course, as I say that, he runs for 15 yards. So
yeah, you know, it's gimmicky with him. I just there's a reason Tennessee had to move on. And
if you have to upgrade to Tannehill, it means you probably aren't looking at this guy as the answer.
And that was at a time where Tannehill hadn't played competitive and good football for quite some time.
Right. Like, he had been about 2.5, 3 years removed. Like, Tannehill that year had gotten benched for who again?
Tannehill got benched for Jay Cutler. Was that Jay Cutler?
Yeah, Jay Cutler in Miami. I think you're right.
Was that? I don't remember.
Now I don't remember. I know Gase went
incomplete. Oh man. That was wild though.
That was wild.
I do not remember. Robert Lamison saying, Marcus didn't have any weapons.
Look at this catch coming up.
And this from second and goal, you're saying, Trey?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, that's unfortunate that he couldn't stick that.
Wait. That was a catch if he didn't rip it out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was totally. I was about to say, he got that toe.
That is insane.
That toe's in.
Oh!
No, but that toe's in.
If he didn't rip that ball, it's a catch.
He ripped that out.
If he didn't rip that out.
Oh boy.
That would have been a catch had Davis not pulled that out of there.
Well, some credit to Michael Davis on that.
The ball came out.
That is an insane play by Edwards.
Wow. That would have been a catch all the way.
Do you think You know, there's no football play, so you have to hold it, right?
Oh no, they're challenging it.
No, you're good.
I don't think they're gonna win that because, like, even though his knee's down there, they're gonna say that there's no football move all the way to the ground.
Right. Yeah. Oh, they're not. I don't know if they're challenging
It's
it.
kind of like the Des Bryant shit.
Right.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is the biggest play of the game, arguably.
Right.
Like,
yeah, try not to. Yeah, never mind. Just do what you got to do. Okay. Well, I know the result at least.
What's the flag for? Holding this, this game is wild, bro. I can't watch this, bro. I'm going to bed. All jokes aside.
Too much money in Vegas was going.
This is
going
really
the Chargers. They had
pissing
the
me
Raiders.
off.
Trey, you're gonna win hundreds of dollars on this game.
No, I don't give a fuck, bro. This is terrible, bro. How do you hold on defense as a defensive end? That doesn't make any sense.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the film here.
Get under the hood.
And he's the one that got the fucking. Yo, I'm done, bro. Yo, who are the refs, bro? Because they gotta retire. It's about that time, G.
See here, Wosu coming off the edge. Oh yeah, he did hold him pretty good.
How do you hold on defense as a defensive lineman?
He didn't realize he was going to be releasing on that. He thought he was going to be straight up blocked, and then Waller was going to release.
See if they can
Remember
punch
you
it
looking
in
at
here.
the fucking camera, Darius, you fucking piece of shit.
That's end of the third quarter there. Yeah, Trey, at least Robert Lamison said it here. At least you're playing in a meaningful game.
Who cares?
Last time the Jets had this was 2016.
What's meaningful?
I don't know. A game that's worth watching.
What's meaningful about an L? What's meaningful about an L?
I don't know. Ask Kimbrel Tompkins for me and the Jets.
We have 14 of them.
Only thing is, I get pissed and I get a shittier draft pick. That's not good.
Hey, the nice thing is, Trey, with last year, you'll probably be like pick 17.
Pick what?
Pick 17 or so, maybe pick
You have
18?
more. You have more cap space.
What's that? You cut out.
I said, at least you have more cap space than us, and you literally had 9 wins and should be a playoff team, and you still might be.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible here that you guys get a straight.
Yeah. And then the sky's green, bro.
No, it's just because Brandon Staley hasn't had Derwin James blitz yet.
Shut the fuck up.
Bro, we got to put him at Dion, bro. We're going to get some pressure that way.
I've been saying this, bro.
Derwin James is Trayvon's version of Blitz Boy.
I've been saying this.
Trey, there's one thing I have to give you credit for. You were right. The Jets did smoke the Seahawks in the Jamal Adams deal.
What did you say?
You were right about the Jamal Adams deal. The Jets smoked them.
Told you.
Yeah. It wasn't because we got McDougal back, though.
Well, no, but he was supposed to be solid.
McDougal sucks. I don't know why they even included him in that.
Seattle's
Bro,
like,
but
please
you
don't
got
make us
fucking-
pay this guy.
And then you got two top 10 picks?
We got one pick that was like 24 that we traded up to get a guard,
back up.
and then we got the 10th overall pick.
I was part of that number.
Yo, why do the Raiders even want to fucking win, bro? They're just gonna fucking lose in the playoffs, bro.
Yeah, I don't know why they would want to make the postseason.
I don't know.
Jets haven't done it for like a decade, so
Yeah, they don't want to be there.
Let's go! They ain't gonna throw it. They ain't got the Chargers.
well, it's been an eventful
Amazing
stream for
tackle.
sure. Chargers 9-7, Raiders 9-7. Win or go home.
Well, I mean, you gotta look at about this Mary.
That was a hold. That was what the hell?
Who would have thought
That
the
was
season was
cool.
going to ride on a guy named Gillum or Gilman? I don't know what his name is.
It's Aloha, Alohi or some shit. Aloha Gillum.
That is a wonderful
You're
tackle.
fucking trash, Chris Harris. You're so bad, bro. Every fucking time. Can we stop putting him on a run throw? It is not working. I don't understand, bro.
Austin in his debut today, Klay Thompson had 17,
Oh,
and they
I
won, so they
really
had a
don't
pretty good game.
understand. Clearly coming across the field. That makes no sense. Win is enough. Win is enough, bro. Holy shit.
yeah. So, do you think they're going for 2 here? I'd have to imagine they are.
Fire Brandon Staley, bro. Fire
Um,
fucking everybody, bro.
Well, but like at the same time, I think
With 14-14, they should.
To me, that's what I'm doing. I'm going for 2 here.
Like, because the chances of them tying it or beating you with getting 2 field goals and a touchdown, I just don't think are very likely with this much time.
Right?
So, the only thing is they have to be careful. Whatever they drop, it can't be risky of a turnover because it could turn to a 10-point game with a return, which obviously isn't likely, but
As soon as I saw him go in motion with Hunter Renfro, I knew it was 6, bro. I knew it was 6. When are they gonna learn, bro? I don't understand. Bro.
There's still time. You got a whole quarter yet.
There's
You know,
not time,
2
bro.
touchdowns and you win it.
There's no time.
You guys, you got a whole quarter yet.
Bro,
Trey,
these guys are fucking terrible, bro.
Brandon
I don't
Staley's going to
understand.
come in with
If they come out next defensive possession and Chris Harris is on that field, that's fucking stupid. That's stupid.
Trey, this would be a really good time for
Yo.
me to go back in the chat.
Yo, put me in. Put me in, coach. I'm tired of being a bitch. I'm tired of being a fucking. He said, fuck it, I'm going in. I'm tired of being a bitch.
Well,
I'm
I
tired of
know one fan base that's for sure cheering right now, and that's Pittsburgh.
And that's
Do you get
who?
the notification too?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Like, if this game somehow ties, oh my gosh.
So okay, so here's the deal. If the
You cut out, Austin.
Raiders win, oh nice. If the Raiders win, they play the Bengals. Okay.
Correct. When the Raiders win, they play the Bengals. Let's say that now.
If they do,
I agree. When the Raiders win.
When they win, they play the
When.
Bengals.
I agree. When.
On to Cincinnati.
On to Cincinnati.
so then Pitt's gotta play KC. Oh, that's Big Ben's not ready for that.
And then we get Bills Patriots again.
Oh, Bills Patriots, that's gonna be a great game.
Yeah, I'm really excited for you for that.
What? What?
It's your
Yo, apparently Ja had like the block of the year.
I saw it. It was crazy.
Ja did?
Yeah.
That was wild. That was absurd.
Can you send it to me, Trey?
there's nothing like grammar, but so my we went to dinner.
Trey.
I'm sending it to you right now.
Okay.
What did you go for?
Crazy game tonight. Crazy game. The Raiders doing their best. Trey, you just sent me oh, there it comes. Like you.
What's that?
I literally only like the text saying "Jaw with the block of the year" came through. Like the video didn't at first. I'm like, why'd you send me this?
Oh.
Oh my gosh,
That was incredible.
that is insane. That might be the best block I've seen ever.
And my dad, the guy should
Oh my goodness. That's what I saw at Murray State. I'm thinking, Austin, you remember the one play I showed you of him at Murray State when he came from behind and swatted like straight down into the ground?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yo, I wish I
All right, guys, here we go. Trey, thanks for staying on. There's still a chance for them.
Hey, Trayvon. The nice thing is you got Justin Herbert. There's still a chance.
He's crying. He goes, he gets so fucking happy. He gets out there. This calls for Jameson. Everybody goes up to the liquor cameras and calling Jameson.
Yeah.
He didn't know what to do, dude. He didn't know what else to do in that moment. Oh, no. He was like,
The Steelers' social media is funny. You seen that?
Yeah. So I think Justin Herbert's got 14 minutes. Like, this game can get flipped on its ear quickly.
What they're due for is a Jalen Guyton down the seam.
Right.
I'll call you back.
Keenan Allen has only 21 yards so far. That's pretty shocking. He has to step up down the stretch here. He's got to.
Robert Lamison here asking a pretty good question about Quincy Williams for the Jets. He's actually been one of my favorite players to watch for the Jets just because he's all over the place and he's making plays. He's been better in coverage than I was expecting him to be. And he's a thumper. He's very enjoyable. Now, do I think that he could be a good linebacker for a team that actually wins 10 games? No. But I mean, he's been pretty enjoyable to watch, and I do think that he does have a role on teams. I think he'd be.
The game's over. I'm going to bed, guys. I'll see you
Okay,
guys later.
hold on.
Hold on
All right.
1 second, Trey.
I'll see you guys, bro. Have a good
No.
day.
Hey, Trey, give your condolences to other. And
Okay.
Charged Up Sports is out of the video just like that. Well, I mean, it's been pretty entertaining so far.
No, this has been great to watch, actually. And remember when Casey Hayward didn't matter if he played?
I know. I was.
Wow. Casey Hayward gets his revenge. Wow.
That's awesome.
Can we just talk about the Raiders for a second?
That's really poetic that he got it.
Oh, man. It's also poetic that Jefferson got the pressure there.
Yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable.
I'm so happy right now.
Yep. You got your Amari Cooper fit on.
Amari. I couldn't find the AB one, unfortunately. I'm just staring at the Steelers version. We should do
Wow.
We should definitely do our jersey reveals at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so that basically seals it at that point. We've been
that's what I would
streaming
think
for
here. That's such a huge play.
right. Yeah. Wow. I can't believe they actually picked it off there.
Herbert just underthrew Williams.
What? Underthrew? Huh?
No, the best arm in the league.
No, I'm pretty impressed with how these Raiders have played. They've been competitive on defense. They've been opportunistic. Pretty much everything that had gone wrong for them or could go wrong went wrong for them during the season.
Yeah, that's facts.
And they were super resilient. Super resilient the whole time.
They deserve a lot of credit, honestly, for this year. I mean, Derek Carr does as well.
He does not get enough credit.
When you think about Hunter Renfrow is his best receiver, and then that's not even close. They literally don't have a number two, really.
Right.
Brian Edwards is the number two, and physically he's great, but let's be honest.
He's not a true 2 on a playoff team.
No,
he's a 3 on a playoff team. Yeah, maybe a 4, depending on what team.
Yeah.
So you have to look at it through the scope of that.
He's been great, and I mean they've been doing it without Darren Waller too. They came in with 3 straight wins without Waller.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Waller's been hurt too.
So
the Raiders just
always good for getting sick or missing time.
Right. I can't believe this game has played out how it has.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, Josh Jacobs looks really good.
Raiders defense has been huge today. I mean, it's been so good.
You would think now with them potentially moving on. I'm not gonna say it yet. I'll wait for that discussion in a minute if they can pick this up. I think I'm a little bit behind you, so I'll be slow to.
You're actually a second ahead of me. I'm pretty sure.
That's what I meant. I meant ahead. I misspoke.
Yeah, you're good. Derek Carr delivers. Oh my gosh, Kenneth Murray is brutal.
Yeah.
That is brutal.
Jalen Richard.
Oh my gosh.
Shout out to Richard for sticking around.
Yeah. I mean,
even
okay,
when they brought in Kenyon Drake and then Drake gets hurt.
Yeah. So we've got Raiders at Bengals then next week.
Yep, so that's where I was going with that is
That is brutal by Murray. That is brutal. Just again. Wow.
Yeah. The Chargers got a lot they got to fix on defense.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, the tackle spot, they can't roll into next year with Storm Norton.
Wait, you can't?
They're top 5. Looking at the matchup with the Raiders and the Bengals, I mean, you have to think that the Bengals would win that game, right? They're at home.
You've got to slam the over. And the reason why, Casey Hayward's been phenomenal this year, like really good.
Yeah, he has been. I don't know where we got that from, but yes. So Casey Hayward's been good. Can they hold up? I mean, they've done a nice job in this game. Really nice job.
My concern is against the Bengals, you can't do what you do against the Chargers, where like the Chargers are more one-dimensional in terms of reading their personnel and realizing, okay, Eckler's in the backfield. This is probably 70% of the time a pass.
Right. I mean, Eckler just doesn't run that much.
He doesn't. That's the issue. Like Eckler gets like 14 carries, but he plays like 30-something snaps, 40 snaps. You know, just
right.
You have to. Against the Bengals, you have to play the box a little bit more fairly.
100%.
Which is concerning to me. Because, what is Renfro doing?
I know. I have no idea he had played such a good game up to that point. I just
really questionable decision.
Like, especially with how slow he is actually. Not slow, but I mean, he's not fast by any stretch.
By NFL standards, he is not fast.
Right.
So,
can we talk about Daniel Carlson's career turnaround?
I know.
Wow. Oh, it's crazy considering where he was, missing 3 straight kicks against the Packers and gets cut that week.
Yeah. Now he's one of the better kickers in football.
Which is crazy. The Vikings just should have been a little more patient. It's hard to be after a three misses in a game.
Yeah, it's by a young guy.
Right. But the problem is they used a 5th-round pick on him.
Yeah.
And you cut him in his rookie year, not even halfway through.
Yeah, Ja'Kai Polite got 0 snaps, and the Jets used a 3rd-rounder on him.
Yeah, fair enough. Not everybody's the same speed as the Jets, though.
What's that mean?
I don't know. What does that mean? I'm going to keep that one in my back pocket.
For me, like, I don't know. Going back to the Raiders-Bengals, I just think the number 3 receiver, I think T. Higgins is going to have a huge day.
Yeah, he is.
Actually,
Dude, he is going to.
I just... And I think the thing that's missing from this offense is Uzama. Like, Uzama's poised for one of his 2 touchdown days that he's had like a couple times this year. Like, he's going to have a big day next week.
Yeah, and he's better than Jared Cook, and Jared Cook managed to put up 80 yards thus far, and the game's not even over.
Jared Cook, we brought back the clock to like 2016 here today with Jared Cook's performance. So, I mean, I don't know. I just don't see a way that the Raiders win against Cincinnati, especially on the road. But, that being said, the Raiders are hot. They won 4 straight, so.
Yeah, they have won They peaked at the right time.
The one thing I do have a little bit of concern too is without like Burrow playing, is there like a tiny hair of rust?
Right. I mean, the Raiders just came off a huge win. Are they going to be gassed?
Very good question too. Like,
I mean, they've been scratching and clawing for the last like 6 weeks because they know that's what they are.
That's the thing is, you know, since he didn't play Vegas this year, did they?
I don't know.
Hey, Bengals schedule. Well, let's look back. So of course they lost to the.
Wait. Hold on. It shows the Raiders could be. Why? Look at that graphic that they just displayed, quick, and you tell me what you got from that. Obviously, we don't have the volume. I don't.
So yeah, they're saying.
I think they just mess up the graphic because if they win, they're. Why would they be a 7 seed? Oh, that had to have been under the assumption they had tied.
That's what it is. So, the Bengals actually did play the Raiders this year, Austin. And the Bengals won by 19. So.
Okay.
Like, the Bengals are just a better team, if we're going to be completely honest about it. So I would.
Wow! Look at the Chargers stats: 173 points allowed in the fourth, the third most in NFL history.
Yikes!
I was completely unaware of how bad they were in the fourth, defense-wise.
That's very bad. Wow. Herbert delivers, and Mike Williams gets a catch.
Yeah. I mean, there's time left in this game. I am not counting the Chargers out by any stretch.
I am. I'm going to be vocal. I think this is an over game. I'm wearing the Raiders jersey, so I'll look stupid and hopefully end up on someone else's YouTube looking stupid. That'd be good. As long as they take our channel, I'm all there for the clout.
Right.
Well, Herbert Williams picked up 18. Yeah, there's the Williams. Williams is going to come alive in the fourth, like I've been saying. He does every game. Oh, man.
Yeah, like they're going to move the ball too quickly here, and Trayvon would shut off the game, and maybe will not catch the greatest comeback that they've had.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze is dotting, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, man. Imagine if we were streaming that game.
Oh, man. Yeah, the Chargers here, they're coming.
Mike Williams, 3 straight catches. He's like that. I'm putting my money where my mouth is, though. I got $3 down on the Raiders.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. I'm excited. It feels really good having, like, the actual draft order kind of set, though.
Right. Yep, I agree.
I'm very happy about that. Jags, Lions, Texans, Jets, Giants, Panthers, Giants again, Falcons, Broncos, Jets again, Washington, Vikings, Browns, Ravens, Eagles. Eagles is the top half. So Eagles are 2 in the top half is interesting for them. Austin hypothetical. Austin is not here. I don't know if you want to be in the stream. If you do, give me a thumbs up. Okay, I think he is talking to someone. Currently, Trayvon just sent a funny meme into the group chat here. I'll pull it up for you guys. Here. Playoffs on the line and this guy cooking you. Hunter Run, bro.
Yeah,
Trayvon sent that into the chat. That was pretty good.
All of a sudden,
Chargers are down there. Win probability percentage, though, 97.5% for the Raiders still. So the analytics are saying Vegas wins this one. We will see. Make sure you guys leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. That would be awesome. Also, hit that subscribe button if you are new. Herbert uncorks one. Incomplete. That was intended for. Did not see who that was intended for.
Well, I think it was Jared Cook.
Yep, it was. Could not reel it in. That he should have caught that.
Right.
Oh man. And 2nd and 10.
Yeah, I Chargers, oddly, I feel good about them coming back, even though the win percentage is not suggesting so.
If they come back, it'll be the greatest comeback, arguably, ever. Down 15 with 5 minutes left, basically.
Yeah. Oh, that was a crucial play. Wow. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm. Herbert. Oh, my gosh. That could have been.
Yeah. Great job by Max Crosby. Max Crosby is owning that backfield.
Yeah, he has dominated this game for sure.
Feels like one of those Aiden Hutchinson games.
Yeah, Storm Norton doesn't even have a chance. I mean, like, he's not even keeping his body in front of him.
Oh my.
So that should be a first. They spot that was not a good spot.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I need to watch where he was he.
Oh, I don't know. Like I'm getting that second angle.
He got it right.
Yeah, like I'm getting that second angle, and I don't think he got it.
I think he got it.
Like when you'll see this other angle, you'll kind of see what I'm talking about. Like he didn't move the ball over that quickly.
The issue for me, and this is I've had this complaint for a while. The angle of that camera, like it's coming in at this angle,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not here.
Right. It's tough to see down a line, if you don't have the angle for it, and they're going to challenge, right? It's the only Chargers' hope. Is there enough to overturn it? I don't think there is.
See, that's the issue too. Is I don't know if there is enough to overturn it either. To me, I think they got the call wrong. But I think at this point, based on how officiating works, is I think it stays. So
yeah.
And I mean, this is one of those things where if you're the Chargers, I really don't think you have room to complain if this is the wrong call, like I'm saying, either, because you're down 15 with 4.5 to play.
Correct.
You put yourself in this position throughout the game, so this is one of those moments where one call didn't, do anything really.
Mm-hmm. It's possible they overturn it. I just don't know.
I don't think they will. I'm with you that I don't think it'll happen, but
it's just there's too much to me to overturn with no definitive angle, which I don't know why. Yeah, they just didn't have the right angle. It's too tough. I mean, it was close, though. It was really close.
Was right there, basically, on the line.
It was weird because he caught it with his knees down and then moves the ball forward. I mean, he caught it short, but was he downed the second that a Raiders player touches him, he's down. Spotted the ball. Yeah, I don't know.
He should have, tried lunging downward.
Right.
That's just really hard with the way he was sitting, but man, it's been a really good game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so thankful we didn't get that kneel down stuff.
I just
That would have been so brutal.
wow. All right, we're gonna get the call here. Oh, we got our best angle here. Ah, wow. We get a great angle from an aerial view. It's not straight on though. It's too hard to tell. I'll let you find out the call for yourself. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh man, like that is terribly close. For me, oh man. I think that's a first. And they did give him the first.
Yeah.
Wow. I think that's right. I mean, that's probably one of the closest plays of the season.
Wow. Oh no. Oh, this player is never going to see an NFL field again.
Storm.
Did you see
not
it?
Not been a good showing for him today. Oh boy.
The Chargers have killed themselves with these penalties.
Yeah. Max Crosby's arguably won them the game.
Yeah. He is completely and utterly dominated. Hmm. Well, at least that play, you know, the fans can't blame the game on that first down call
Yeah.
or whatever.
Right. The Raiders have just outplayed them too. Like,
Oh, wow. Wow, I didn't even realize this, like, when I watch it real time.
wow. Second and 21. He's only thrown to Williams.
Yeah. Herbert kind of missed the whole barn there. I don't know if you'd seen it yet, but
On the throw to Williams.
yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I thought he came down with that. Dude, Keenan Allen, a lot of this game's on him, honestly.
He hasn't done anything. I mean, and this is how the Chargers have been every fourth quarter this year. They've just literally thrown the ball to Williams like every play. Palmer, Tutty. Oh, hope's alive.
Yeah, that sucks. That really sucks, honestly.
That keeps the game alive for him. If you're the Chargers, do you go for 2 here?
Yeah. Yep. Wow, that actually just sucks. 4th down, and you give that up.
Man.
Dude, to me, that's unfortunate.
The Raiders took a timeout. Oh. They still got win percentage at 94.2 as of right now.
I don't see it, man. I don't. Chargers have all 3 timeouts.
Man.
I just have a feeling they're coming. They're going to get this, too.
My guess, I'm going to go with the Divine Diablo huge play.
I'm guessing they're going to go up to Mike Williams.
Oh, actually, all right, we already know what the end result is here.
Oh, my gosh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I suppose
game.
Yep, there it is.
Wonder if Trayvon wants to hop back in.
I told him it wasn't over.
Man. Raiders just got to get the onside here, and then they got to get not a 3-and-out.
Well, I have a feeling that's where this is going. I don't think they're even going to onside.
They don't have to.
Truthfully, I think they're going to hope to just get their defensive stop. Or, I mean, honestly, they don't necessarily have to get a defensive stop right away.
They probably can't allow 2 firsts.
Right.
I would think.
Let's see what they come out in formation-wise. They are coming out in the onside formation, so. To me, I have my questions about that. I won't say anything, though.
And they just boot it. I don't know why they kick it so long.
Right. To me, I kick it short.
You can pin it.
I'm at the same point as you now.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yep.
Sweet. Man.
I think the Chargers are gonna get this thing to overtime. Oh my gosh!
That 4th and 1 was terrible. Like, I don't understand going a single back, half back dive to Eckler.
Right
there, that doesn't make any sense to me. Oh no! Oh yes!
I was like, no.
That scared me so bad. Well, they've been able to run the ball better in the second half, that's for sure.
Great decision. Marcus Mariota held it until the very last second that he could.
Ooh.
And Mariota is still out there. God, what if they have him throw it?
That'd be pretty cool. And they ran the exact same play. No,
I don't understand that.
that's bad. That's a really good way to set yourself up for not success. This isn't Madden. And I really don't know about that.
God, I like Mariota. You know, you're literally running it.
Josh Jacobs missed everything on his block attempts.
Oh yeah, no, that's who you want blocking.
Oh no! Oh my gosh! I shouldn't have said it wearing the Raiders uniform.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no! Steelers fans might not be feeling good anymore. We might get a tie.
I can't believe what I'm watching.
Oh my gosh! I'm gonna text Trey.
He's gonna lose a couple $100 on this game.
Yeah. How did they not call that a fumble?
They did, but they recovered.
Oh, did they? Oh man. Browns and Beer says tie. Like honestly, it could be coming, and if it does, at least it wasn't the kneel down variety.
I knew this was coming. I knew this. I said this was.
You did call it. I did the dumb thing in the Raiders uniform and said it was over. Austin's max stressed right now.
Oh yeah, this has more implications than just these two teams. Like, I have
about the Bengals.
That's exactly what I'm nervous about. I don't want them to have to play New England.
Oh, they can handle New England.
Oh, can't.
Probably not, but you know, they could.
No.
Arguably handle New England.
Nice thing is they got DJ Reader. He could help stop the run there. Logan Wilson's gonna have to be a dog.
Yeah.
All right, Raiders, strap up. Here we go.
If the Patriots face the Bengals, they'll come out with one of their dumb double passes that they pull out every 16 weeks, and it'll get them a huge play. And Herbert, oh my gosh. Every single throw is to Mike Williams.
Yeah, good. I'm just saying Keenan Allen's not top 10.
No, not at all, I don't think. Man.
Tough. Yeah, truthfully, I don't know how to feel right now.
I feel good. I feel like the Raiders closed the door. I'm really setting it up, Austin.
I know you are.
Let's think here. So we got 1 seed is Tennessee.
Yep.
And the 1 seed on the other side is Green Bay.
Correct.
And who's the number 2 in the NFC?
Is
Is
it
that Tampa or? Okay, it is Tampa.
Where's Tampa 3? I don't know. It's them or
Yeah.
it has to be the Tampa, right?
I would think so. I don't think it's LA, is it?
No, because LA just lost today, right?
Yeah. So, I don't know. Tennessee as a 1 seed just doesn't feel right to me, though. Like,
I know, especially with how they started the year, and they lost
Right.
Derrick Henry,
and they lost to the Jets.
and they lost to the Jets.
That's brutal.
Thing is, they had 4 really easy individual games.
Yeah, they did. That's very true.
Oh, that's good. I'm gonna keep that for documentation later.
Oh, I was talking about the Colts.
Oh, okay.
Oh man. No, I don't. Not a good thing for them, for the Titans. I'm not a believer in them at all, I feel. Well, do you think Max Crosby gets home here against Norton?
Yeah.
It'd be a dangerous drinking game.
Yeah, facts. It would be.
Incomplete. 4th and
All right.
10.
4th
Here
and
it
10,
is.
everybody. This is the game. This is the game. Okay.
Play of it here. If the Raiders stop them, it's basically over. They do have 3 timeouts, but
Yeah, essentially it is over, and they'd be in field goal range too.
yeah.
Which that's a scary game to play.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't, like, I don't know, kicking it does seem terrifying to me. Oh, and this is going to be really close as well. This is going to be really, really close. And they called it first. Okay. Crosby's insane.
He just killed Storm Norton.
I feel like I'm overstating how good Crosby is because I just think Storm Norton is brutal.
Yeah, but Crosby this game has single-handedly. Oh my goodness, watching that again.
Oh my god.
Yo.
He just one-hand bull rush. Oh my gosh. Oh boy.
That made me so happy watching that. I cannot.
I need to find that as a GIF so every time Trayvon says the Chargers are better than the Raiders. Oh my. Mike Williams had his paws all over it.
Mike Williams needs to update his helmet. 2002 Colin wants his helmet back, bro.
Orion says if they go to OT, they should just tie. I don't know if they're going to be trying to, but probably would if they do go to OT. They probably will end up tying.
Mm. You got to think the Raiders pass rushers are just super tired. Well, Jalen Guyton drop.
Guyton bad drop, really bad drop there. That at least set up 4th and something.
4th and like 7.
Yeah, it's better than 4th and 10. Oh boy. With what you were saying about if the pass rushers are tired, like they for sure are, but you'd have to think Storm Norton is at this point emotionally defeated. The worst thing as a competitor, I'm sure, is just trying to go out there and getting your butt kicked every single snap. Like,
as a professional.
Like I know when I did stuff wrong playing, I was so mad, but I couldn't imagine at this stage, like how And there it is.
There it is.
There.
Oh, no, it's not over yet.
There's a flag.
What?
Holding defense. Oh my gosh, it's not dead. The play is not dead.
Oh my!
Roderick Teamer.
Bro, if you had to hold on Jared Cook, bro, you need to go back to college football.
Why would he do that? That's so bad. That's so bad.
Oh no, this makes me sick to my stomach.
Oh boy, Herbert. Oh. No, what? That is insane. That is absolutely insane.
To me, that's an incompletion. That's an incompletion. Jesus, that needs to get reviewed.
That's got to be an incompletion.
I'm sorry. Come on.
Crosby again is killing Storm.
Oh
my gosh. Storm Norton's been so bad. We should give away a Storm Norton jersey.
Yeah.
They'll probably be for free on shelves in LA after this game. Oh wait, no Chargers fans are watching.
Yeah,
Does Max Crosby kick him here?
it looked like he did, but
he just missed him.
yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah,
I don't know why it's taking this long.
I don't know why. They're having way too many issues with this. I think that was for sure a pass as well.
I think it should have taken literally one slow motion look, and you're like, oh yeah. Where's Keenan Allen been? He's gonna catch the game winner, isn't he? Or game tire?
Yeah, probably. You're gonna get clipped by Chargers fans.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody that stayed in the stream this time. Seriously.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. I know it's a little bit less of an interactive one than we usually have, but you guys have been awesome throughout the whole time. So thank you so much.
Dude, does it feel like he's got more than 6 hurries? He has to have more than that.
They don't count the sacks as hurries, right? And the hits as hurries?
I don't know.
Which means, if they don't, he would have 10 total, which feels way more right.
Right. Which, that's crazy.
Oh, dude. The Chargers are not helping Herbert at all.
Palmer and Guyton.
Oh, man. That's a bad drop.
The Chargers have gotten so bailed, though, this drive. I shouldn't say bailed, because he was held on that Jared Cook thing. There's just a lot of time left. I don't know.
This has been the slowest 10 minutes of football ever.
Yeah.
The last 10 minutes of this game have taken over 50. Oh, Keenan. Wow. The Raiders have played really, really well tonight defensively.
Yeah. Chargers are going to win this. Max Crosby's got to be gassed. This would be perfect for a Cleveland Ferrell sack right here.
Sack? Yeah. I would be so happy.
I like him. I don't know.
Oh, Eckler just didn't see the ball.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, this last minute has been insanely slow. Eckler was wide open.
He just didn't see it. Oh my gosh. He killed him on that route. He just didn't know where the ball was. Oh man. Roger Keemers had a bad last drive.
That's the thing. Like, that's where I'm excited if Cincinnati gets to play him. Like,
well, if the Bengals play the Raiders, they're gonna face a tired defense.
oh my God, they're gonna be so gassed.
Going to be a lot of film study, I'm sure.
The Chargers all look so defeated.
Yeah, they do. I feel like it's going to end up in a tie, dude.
I don't think so. I think there's going to be a winner, and it's going to be the Chargers.
If the Chargers score a touchdown, are they going for 2?
Oh, I think they might.
Oh, Yannick!
Oh, Yannick got in there.
Ooh.
Chargers only got one timeout. And there's the... I don't know why it's such a...
waiting for the biggest play of the game here, and they're going to stunt Max Crosby inside, and the Chargers are going to be screwed.
That Jefferson's played really well.
Yeah, he has.
I don't even know his first name.
He's had a nice game.
Oh, that's got to be a hold. That's got to be a hold there.
They didn't call it. I thought so too.
Wow. That couldn't, to me, been any more blatantly obvious.
Third and 10 now. That if I'm the Raiders here, this is when I'm trying to. What I'm doing is I'm walking up. I'm going to send some pressure off the slot corner spot, off the nickel, on Crosby's side, and I'm going to try and stunt him inward.
Herbert's thrown it 53 times. Holy crap, dude.
Wow, Palmer. Holy cow.
Wow, that was close. Man.
Thank God they got rid of the force out rule.
Wherever you, whatever you do, don't look at the screen just because it's going to be a little ahead. Just
yeah,
so
I know. Yeah, I've been avoiding. Dude, I think he's in. Is he?
It's like, I don't think so.
Oh, dude. Oh, man. Do they have a challenge or no? Do the Chargers still have a challenge?
It's inside 2 minutes.
It's inside 2. I'm surprised I didn't get booth reviewed.
It might now. The Raiders are stupid enough to take a timeout.
1. Dude,
I
need to watch. Does his knee come down first?
Yeah, it does. The knee hits.
Then he should be out. Oh my gosh, that is extremely close. There's been like 3 really close plays. This is nuts. 4th and 10. Who's going to get a defensive holding?
It's going to be Teamer.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, he just about jumped. Oh, boy. That's what you get for wearing number 10 and being a defensive back. Like,
It's true font.
it's just, that's not, you should not be wearing number 10 on as a defensive back. That's deserved. Oh, boy. Are the Chargers going to score, Austin?
Yes. The Raiders don't know how to defend the end zone here.
Oh, man. I hope Trayvon Merrick makes a big play, or Roderick Teamer. That'd be awesome.
I hope Storm Norton recovers the fumble and scores. So good.
I hope they line him out at tight end and he goes up for a pass.
He'd have a higher success rate than what he's doing right now.
Yeah. Ooh, that was a dangerous pass.
Oh, wow.
10 seconds. This final minute has taken 8 years.
I know.
Ooh. This is a crazy good game.
This is the best game I've watched this year, probably. Well, that Vikings-Bengals game was really good to start the year.
Yeah, it was a good one. And so was Vikes Cardinals.
That was a good one. Wow. I don't know.
Herbert.
Oh, my.
They said incomplete. Wow.
Oh, wow. That's huge, the call on the field.
This needs to get booth reviewed. That's a catch.
Wow. Yeah, it didn't move.
That's for sure a catch.
God, does the ground help him aid this? Nope, it doesn't.
That ball doesn't move at all. That's a catch. That's a really tough call to make, though, so I can't really blame him. And this is why we have the reviews. So.
Yeah, I don't know how you make that in real time, to be honest.
That's
especially with how stingy they are with the ball moving at all.
right. Well, we're gonna get set up for where's he at on the field? On
So
this,
like the 20, maybe 15, maybe the 15.
Okay, so it's basically one shot to the end zone, and Mike Williams is probably gonna catch it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I don't even want to watch this. I haven't been this invested in a game in a while.
This is what I get for saying it was over.
What you get for saying? Yeah.
Yeah. They were up by 15 with 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. But Sasha's going to be their coach next year.
Deservingly so, after what he's done
Agreed.
this year.
Yeah, agreed.
Man, I'm so nervous, bro. 5 seconds left. It's one shot.
Oh, man.
You gotta have your best pass rush, boys. Best pass rush of the year. You know some dumb stuff is going to happen.
I knew it was going to be Mike Williams. I knew it.
Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. I wonder if Trayvon's up.
I'm mad. I'm so mad.
Oh my gosh, you knew it. Steelers.
I was
fans
on
are
it.
Steelers fans are so nervous right now. Oh my gosh.
Bro.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. That is insane. I can't believe this.
What is with these corners this year? Not protecting the front of the end zone.
I don't know. I don't know what that is about.
And it was in the same exact spot that
Yep.
God, who caught that ball? Was it Raymond?
St. Brown.
Oh, was it St. Brown? I don't remember who it was.
Oh my gosh.
I'm defeated tonight.
1 second. 1 second.
Yo, Trey was sending me memes. He's still up.
Yeah, I know he is. Oh my goodness. 1 10-minute period. And the Raiders get it. They have no momentum now though.
Yeah.
My gosh.
They got it.
What?
You said the Raiders get it.
Yeah, the Raiders get it, right?
I don't know.
That's what I saw, I think. This game's taken so long it asked me if I was still streaming.
We would
We have
stream
we
one
have
of the
amassed
longest
we've
games.
amassed 4 hours on stream now with this. Oh man. This is insane.
Well, so much for doing the mock tonight.
Oh, we still will.
Oh no, I'm not.
Okay, I got it.
I can't. I have to go to work tomorrow.
Why? You're COVID boy.
Yeah.
Oh man. Overtime football. Man.
Actually,
man.
I can't go to work. It's got to be 5 days, and it hasn't been.
Yeah. So you're good. We're chilling. We're gonna do we got pick'em and predictions coming out tomorrow, and our mock. Goodness gracious.
Excuse me.
I can't believe they came back.
I'm so defeated.
Oh man.
Thank God I'm not a Raiders fan.
Dude, it would be depressing to be a Raiders fan. Like, having to deal with this is insane. This doesn't make any sense. What's going on?
Oh, it does. It does.
Welcome everyone to the stream that's in here. I mean, thanks for hanging around too if you've been in here earlier tonight. Let us know in the comments right now who your favorite team is. I'd love to hear who you guys all cheer for. I know some of you are Jags fans, maybe a couple Jets fans in here. Bronson Beer says stop the count.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. I do not want this to end up in a tie. Nope.
Is it rigged? Are we wondering if it's rigged? 15 people in here
I
right
am
now. Thank you guys so much. Xbox Kid,
so
welcome.
defeated.
Says Chiefs fan. That's awesome to see. We got a Kansas City Chiefs fan in here. Of course, the 2 seed in the AFC. Probably the favorite, though, to many, I would guess. We're due for a Joey Bosa strip sack.
Yeah.
Cooper Lawrence, an Eagles fan. Welcome to the stream, Cooper. Glad to have you in here. Derek Carr throws away.
Man, this is insane.
This is nuts. It is absolutely nuts.
You know, this game is only scripted to go the way of the Chargers. Oh.
Go, Jacobs. Go, go, go. That's huge. Wow.
Absolutely huge.
Rips off a big one. Xbox Kid says his second favorite team is the Ravens.
The Ravens.
Third is the Cardinals.
Nice. Kyler fan. Maybe a Lamar fan, potentially.
Josh Jacobs. Oh, my gosh. That's a huge run. Dude, I feel like all the players are so tired.
Yeah. Nice thing is we have the two, like, freshest groups out there.
Go,
How
Jacobs,
insane.
go. What were you going to say?
How insane would it be if this ended up truly in them kicking it and then the Chargers kicking it and then the game ends essentially?
That would be nuts. Pittsburgh fans would be so mad.
Like they felt they had basically clinched.
Jacobs has had 2 huge plays here to start the half or to start the OT.
I don't think they should go.
He's
they
up
should
over
not go
100.
away from the run here.
No, they should not at all. He's up over 100 yards now. Eckler's at 60, so the bet Trayvon was talking about yesterday would not pay out because of Eckler, like I was saying.
First time you were right?
No, picked Pacers to lose.
What's that?
I usually pick the Pacers to lose.
Oh, okay. All right. That's why you're not a good betting man, right?
No, I'm not a wizard when it comes to betting. That's why I'm second in pick 'em in a 2-man race. Oh, man. Let's see. Derek Carr. And delivers to Zay Jones for 7.
Huge here.
Xbox Kid wants to know if we're cheering for the Raiders. I personally am cheering for the Raiders here. Thanks for subscribing to it. It does mean a lot. We do really appreciate it. For me, I'm cheering for the Raiders. I do like the Raiders a little bit. They're like my second favorite team. Austin, who are you cheering for?
I'm cheering for the Raiders. It's not close.
Okay. Part of that is our buddy Trayvon's a diehard Chargers fan, so we do like to get under his skin a little bit. I get under Austin's skin by cheering for the Jaguars and saying that they're good. So I've got to do it to my friends. Derek Carr. No. Uh-oh. And we got the field goal. Austin, like you were saying.
Well, here it comes.
Welcome everyone to the stream. This has been a crazy, crazy game. 4 hours into the stream, and we got overtime. Darren Waller has not really done much today.
No, I just don't think he's healthy.
I don't think so either.
He's just not moving the same way either when he catches it.
And he squeaked it in. Okay.
Gosh.
Welcome everyone to the stream. Make sure to leave a like on the video.
Oh my gosh.
Also subscribe if you're new. This is a crazy game. We've got the Raiders up by 3 now. As you can see here, 29-32 with 7 minutes to play in the overtime period. Austin, where does this rank among all games this season?
This has got to be the top one, especially with what's on the line. Huge, huge, huge game. So many things this changes a lot.
Xbox Kid says, I put notifications on too for y'all. Thank you. Appreciate that, everyone else. All of you in here, make sure to turn on post notifications so you don't miss out on more. Tomorrow we got Pick'em and predictions coming out, as well as an NFL mock draft as the draft order's been set. There's so much going on and more in the NFL world, so this is the best place for you to be subscribed. Of course, this is the big winner go home game, Austin. With the Raiders up by 3, who do you have winning?
I have the Chargers winning this.
Okay, Austin.
They're going to go score.
Austin thinks the Chargers are going to go down and get it. Austin, you know I'm sticking with the Raiders. I bet on them at the start. You bet on the Chargers at the start, so you're sticking strong with your bet as well.
Okay.
I think it's been a great game. Make sure you guys comment your favorite team if you haven't already. We'd love to hear from you guys. And Austin, key to the game now for you down the stretch of this game now. There's only 7 minutes left. Chargers offense probably a little winded. Raiders defense probably even more winded. Do you look to attack through the air? Do you look to attack on the ground? What's your thoughts?
They got to actually start running the ball a little bit here. I mean, they just haven't. And his receivers have got to be gassed. You'd think. But
I'm sure, to be honest. Like, you're thinking about the last 2 drives, they probably each ran about 25-ish routes. So
right.
They've got to be feeling a little bit of that fatigue and a little gassed here. Raiders about to kick off and into the end zone for a touchback. So be setting up shop at the 25 with 7:09 to go in overtime. Austin, if you were a Steelers fan, would you be nervous right now?
No, I wouldn't be.
Okay.
No, I just think the Chargers are going to win. I truly do.
Man, this has been such a crazy. The last drive was 19 plays. Oh man. Herbert gets the snap. Oh my gosh.
You can't make it up, man. You can't make it up.
Jared Cook has surpassed 100 receiving yards in a game in the year of 2022.
Oh no, there's a flag.
Illegal man downfield on
Wow.
Filer?
Wow.
Oh my god.
That is terrific. Oh, wait.
That's so bad. That's so bad.
But when you watch it, though.
Oh, man. He just thought it got handed off. Oh, no. It's like a Madden RPO. Your offensive lineman can't tell. Oh, boy. That would have been a backbreaker for the Raiders had that not been a penalty.
They are going to be so winded heading whatever team goes next week.
Yeah, I don't think that. Oh, man. The Chargers, at least defensively, are going to be fresh.
Yeah.
Like, the Raiders defensively, I feel like they're going to get walked on if they play Cincy.
I think so, too. That's why we need 2 stops here, but they haven't been able to do that all game.
Yeah. How many 4th downs do you think the Chargers have
converted?
Oh, my
God. I don't know.
It feels like 5, right?
Yeah, just in the last couple of minutes of gameplay.
Like, absolutely insane what we're seeing today.
Gosh.
Man. If the Raiders lose, is Derek Carr going to be there next year?
I think he will be.
I think so, too. Xbox Kid wants to know what jersey I'm wearing. That is an Amari Cooper Raiders jersey. And set up for a 4th and 9. And to Guyton. They should have ran the ball on third down.
Yeah, I don't. Their addiction to throwing.
They bring an extra rusher. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Mike Williams down to the 27. What is this game right now?
Oh my God, I knew it.
On a fourth down again.
I knew it. I knew it.
Casey Hayward just barely got beat inside, and Trayvon Merrick was not in position. Oh, no. This is ridiculous how good this game is.
Wow. Unreal.
Holy cow, this game is insane.
Oh, man, they were so close. The
Raiders were one play away from winning about 6 different times.
God, if you're the Chargers, do you go for it on fourth if you don't get it here at 3rd and 6?
I don't think so, given the fact that you make the postseason on a tie.
On a tie, right.
I think you like.
I'm just curious with how stupid aggressive Staley's been.
Yeah, like the very possible that he does just want to do it, but like to me, I would not. If anything, I thought they should have been running the ball here to run some time.
Right.
Third and 6. Oh!
Wow. Dude, he almost came down with that.
How many targets does Williams have in the second half?
I don't know. Now it all relies on the foot of Dustin Hopkins.
Oh, boy. Could we have a tie? Oh, man. 41 yards, left hash. And it's barely good. Woo!
Wow. The Chargers have been so lucky. It's insane. My unbelievable.
Robert Lamison saying, I'm going bold. Tie. This is kind of how it's lining up, I think. I mean, everyone's been talking about a tie. 4 minutes left, and it's a tied game. Oh, man.
Huh.
So if it's a tie, Austin, Raiders face Chiefs and Chargers face Buffalo.
That makes sense.
Browns and Beer said the tie America needs. True.
It can't end that way. This game cannot end that way. I refuse to let it end this way.
you simply will go out there and be like, this is not ending this way.
I don't want a tie to end the season. No, so there must be somebody that pays.
I hope the Raiders just go down and score. Like,
In all honesty, I don't think that's really a chance. That it goes. I don't know. I'm just really upset.
For those who don't know, next score does win. So a Raiders turnover, or a Chargers mistake, whatever it is, winner will be decided that way. Otherwise, we will have a tie. So it's either next score or both are in the playoffs. Carr drops back and delivers to Brian Edwards.
Huge catch.
Take of like 18 or so, 19. That's a strike from Derek Carr.
Derek Carr, very calm and collected in the pocket there. Good protection as well.
Ooh. Derek Carr, single back formation here. Josh Jacobs has been phenomenal this half.
Yes, he has.
He has picked every hole. Man. He's a solid back.
Yeah, he is. For sure. He's not one of those guys really worth paying on that second contract, but well, it depends.
This is his third year, right? Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is his third year. And Jalen Richard got blown up.
That ball's, oh god, it's got to be dropped actually. In hindsight,
Derwin makes one of his first big plays of the game.
and where's he been all game? Honestly, that's a face mask. Oh my god, they missed it.
Yeah, he got him really good across the face mask. Oh my gosh. Wow. They need it here. Oh, Zay Jones.
Huge catch.
Man, the Raiders badly need a number one wide receiver.
You know, on all of my mocks, I'm mocking them a receiver. I'm done. I can't stand to watch them.
They could use some linemen though too.
I know. Oh no.
Like just because Jerry Tillery
actually,
doesn't
I'm
mean
sorry. I'm sorry, but the Raiders roster right now, I don't understand how they're a 9-win team.
But Sasha's got that hot sauce.
Oh man, I can't believe this game's still going.
It's been such a long game. It's been a great game though.
Mm-hmm.
A great game. Welcome everyone to the stream. If this is the first time seeing utility sports content, we'd love for you to hit that subscribe button. We would really, really appreciate all the love and support. You guys are absolutely awesome. So thank you so much. Wow. Absolutely crazy. Biggest mistake. On the Bowl video, someone said biggest mistake the Nuggets ever made.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't think that's very realistic. Let's see, 14. Are they going to run out the clock?
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I think they're going to go for the win.
Ball off. I think they're going to run out the clock. Oh, that's going to end in a tie. Oh.
I don't think it's. I don't think so. No.
I think so. Steelers fan is so mad. They're going to run out the clock. They might be able to get into field goal range, though,
Right.
and kick at the very end.
Right. That's what I would do.
Oh, man.
I would take one more run it down, and then have the game-winning kick. Oh, they're not that close. Like, they're close, but they're not that close.
It's going to be like a long one. Then you risk a block.
Oh, man, I can't believe this is happening.
This is such an insane. It's going to be like a 50-something yarder if they don't pick up yards here. Yeah, now Staley's starting to get worried that they are going to take that field goal.
Yeah. Send their ass home.
Man. This is such a good game. Browns and Bears says Neil. Oh, man. This is so crazy. And week 18's kind of living up to some of the hype.
Yeah.
Imagine a play action here. Josh Jacobs has been a beast. I really hope they try and send the Chargers home. Please.
Do not look at the thing. Whatever you do, man.
I'm not going to. I'm gonna in fact turn my brightness down so I can't even look if I wanted to.
I'm so nervous right now.
Man. If this gets blocked, holy cow. This is so awesome.
Yep. Are the Chargers going to try to ice here?
You would have to, I would think, right? It's so hard to not look down.
I know.
Oh,
I have my
man.
brightness off.
Yeah.
I'm blocking the top
47
bar of my notifications right now.
Lines up on the left hash. Daniel Carlson. The snap. And it's good. The Raiders send home the Chargers. The Raiders send home the Chargers in what is the best game of the season. Best game of the season. Wow.
Wildest game ever. Oh, man, that's so good.
The Raiders say bye-bye Chargers and send them home. Move to 10-7, and the Raiders will be taking on the Bengals on to Cincinnati. Absolutely incredible game. Chris Bisaccia deserves a lot of credit.
I'm glad they kicked it.
They managed that game so well at the end. I don't know what you think about this, but do you think the Chargers took their foot off the gas defensively when they handed it off around midfield?
Yep. I think they were ready to. They were
tie.
like, oh, they're going to just take their tie. And Josh Jacobs.
Jacobs was so good. How many yards did he finish with? Let's go look at that. 132 yards on the ground. Eckler finished one short of 65. Carlson, huge game. 5 field goals for him. Hopefully you guys did enjoy the stream here at Utility Sports. Glad we could have every single second of that one with you guys. Great game. Leave a like, subscribe if you're new. Again, thank you so much for all the love and support. You guys are absolutely awesome. Make sure to check out our pick 'em and predictions video next week for tomorrow, and also our NFL mock draft that comes out this week as well. Thanks again so much, and we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video.